Raz, dva, tri. Raz, dva, tri, štyri, päť, šesť, sedem, osem, deväť. Raz, super. Raz, dva, tri. Raz, dva, tri. Zbytočne dáme ešte kompres. Raz, dva, tri. 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 Hej, 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 hej. Dobre. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Hej, divný pocit, lebo si hneď veľa repráku, no. Raz, dva, tri, 4, 5, 6. Raz, dva, tri, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Áno, lebo sme, počkaj. Raz, dva, tri, 4, 5, 6. Silno? Do jedného by ti to nemalo ísť. Raz, dva, tri, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Takže keď teraz ma rozpráva, tak vidíš, že tam leziem. Hej. Otázka je, či tam dáme ešte viacej toho, alebo... Raz, dva, tri, 4, 5, 6. Dobre, a teraz ideme... Raz, dobre. A ďalšia vec je len, že keď naľuduješ prepínať medzi týmito, tak by si mohol staviť tú snechodbu na kamere, tak tým pádom by sa prepínalo by sa to prepínalo pri prechode na grafiti. Alebo druhá vec, čo by ešte mohol nastaviť, že sa to ten zvuček tak keby vieš zase niekde slabý, keď ten prechod. Takže som to nechal tak, že tu je originál zvuk. Toto je vrstva, ktorá púšťa základný obrazník a zvuk.
Stále.
Stále.
A keď chceš do toho odpáliť video, tak musíš
No, video,
s touto služkou.
ono prebije, vlastne to z teba prebije. Takže budeš mať rukou stále prebije tento náhlas, prebije náhlas tento. Taký dá. Keby rozprávali do toho videa, tak je to tak zvláštne, ale niekedy vieš, ako to presne keď to nevieš, čo urobiť.
A tak to video majú iba úplne rozličené.
A my ho vlastne ani nepúšťame.
No.
Dobré, Anko.
Oni to tam pustia na začiatku a
To končí, no. A ešte stihnúte tak debilne, že tam je
tým 216 tam dali.
No, len tak akože skončí to v ničom. Takže tak. Čo tak zaujímavé? Audiotechnika? Si s nimi spokojný? To pozoroval, inak majú vyriešené tie vysielače, takže človek máme tú krabičku v príjimači a dokonca LAN kábel z toho vie hoci kde strčiť, no. Takto, že? Ja som tak brání, ale... Treba to?
No, ak sa dá, idem pomôcť, ale zanesem si od niekiaľ v pohode.
Raz, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Raz, dva, tri, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Príjemný dobrý večer, dámy a páni. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Neviem, stačí ti to? Či je to málo? Či budeš to? Raz, dva, tri. Raz.
Dá sa vyriešiť ten punkt? Kokos, dosť to leze. Že? No môžeš to počkať.
Raz, dva, tri, 4, 5, 6, 7. Raz, dva, tri, 4, 4, 5. Raz. Ale? Raz, dva, tri, 1,
A nie, teraz
1,
nie.
2, 3, 4. Raz, dva, tri. Raz, dva, tri. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Elektriku, hej. Asi to malé ulici, nie?
Hlavná izolat. A tie, keď je zrobené, to je priamo izolat. Nabera potlačuje.
Raz, dva, tri. Raz, dva, tri. Raz, dva, tri. Raz, jeden, 2, 1, 2, 3. Raz, dva, tri, 4, 5. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hej? Raz, dva, tri. Hej. Raz, dva, tri. Raz, dva, tri. 4, 4, 4, 5, 6. Raz, dva, tri, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Raz, dva, tri. Raz, dva, tri, 4. Raz, dva, tri. Raz, dva, tri. Jeden, jeden, dva, tri. Raz, raz, dva, tri. Raz, raz, dva, tri. 4, 5, 6, 7. Raz, raz, dva, tri. Raz, raz. Jeden, dva, dva, tri, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Jeden, dva, dva, tri, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Jeden, dva, tri, 4. Raz, jeden, jeden, dva, jeden. Raz, dva, tri, jeden, jeden, dva, tri, 4, jeden, jeden, dva, dva. Jeden, dva, dva.
Toho ukradli. Nie sú tí, čo ukradli.
Jeden, dva. raz, dva, tri. Raz, jeden, jeden, dva. Príjemný dobrý večer, dámy a páni. Raz, raz, dva, tri, 4, 5, 6. Raz, raz, dva, tri. Tak počkať. Tak to dám tak dole.
Teraz som ja lepšie ako predtým. Mám do signálu. A šum je tam menší.
Jeden, raz, dva, tri. Príjemný dobrý večer, dámy a páni. Jeden, dva, dva, tri. Tri, tri.
Je to priateľné.
Hej.
Už tam není až taký dosť. Není až taký silné. Takže sa to dá.
Jeden, jeden, dva. Raz, dva, tri, 4. Príjemný dobrý večer, dámy a páni. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Raz, raz, dva, tri. Raz, raz, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2. Raz, raz, dva, tri. 1, 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 2. Raz, 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 dva, tri. Raz. Raz, dva, tri. Raz, 1, 1, 1, 2. 2, 3. 1, 1, 1, 2. Raz, dva.
Keď sa usažalo, tak spínajú. Jedna, dva, tri, štyri, 5. Hej, hej, hej. Raz, dva, tri, štyri, 5. Raz, dva, raz, dva, raz. Teraz? No, raz, dva, tri, 4. Som sa prepol. Hej, raz, dva, tri, 4. Raz, 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 dva, 3. 2, 3, 4. Raz, dva, tri, 4, 5, 6. Ide to? Moc silno, dobre. Raz, dva, raz. No, môžem stiahnuť gain na výstupe. Ja som na nule. Ja som všetkým na nule. Ale viem to ešte stiahnuť. Hej, raz, dva, raz, dva. Ešte môžem, takto rozprávam tak zblízka, ale budú toto asi takto rozprávať. Raz, dva, tri, štyri. Jedna, dva, tri, štyri, päť. Hej, hej, hej. Je to lepšie? Raz, dva, tri. Ešte to stiahnem. Či v pohode? Je to v pohode, či nie? Dobre.
V momente, ak vy zapnete teraz tento mikrofón, tak sa mi stratí ten brúk, ten bordel.
Preto, lebo ja hovorím, ja to mám celé digitálne. A tým, že on mi posiela analogový signál cez tú dlhú trasu, lebo ja vám vlastne, vy vlastne dostávate, keď ja vypnem mikrofón, ja mám len odbočku. Vlastne mne to príde a vám to hneď automaticky. Lenže ani to zariadenie to nevie.
To myslím, že či sa nedá na niečo medzi, čo viac ten brúk...
No, my to väčšinou robíme tak, že väčšinou máme my všetko vlastne, že ideme tak, že od neho dáme vstupy a výstupy a jedného dáme do vlastných. Aj takto je to dosť štandardné.
Lebo vy, aké ale poďme ešte tam, že všetko rozhodíme mali písané, že napadne, že keď odjechol, už ten brúk tam, on už tam nejaký brúk, a teda ten len pridá.
On je na inej podľa mňa zemie to...
Jeden. Raz, dva, tri.
Ale to podľa mňa on nekomu, že to by chcel prvé transformovať a nie je boxy. Ale nevadí, akože stačí to.
Nemáte predložku z výtohu kvôli tomu, čo? Že by som skúsil na ten výr?
Nezobral som, mám v sklade, ale nezobral som. Mám.
Predtým mám. To má nie dobre.
Áno, potom aj tak štandard rozprávajú, že máme 5 kolikov, no odpíl zemne to ročne. No, ani za toto, ani 220 nemám, že by som dal do toho bez zeme, že mám...
Môžem sa povedať, že všade 5 kolik vie, aj keď príde z druhého do kuchyňa a 4 kolik, ale to je nikým môže takto.
Ja som takto tiež hotel, jebol som tam bez zeme, pozerám nič. Pozriem a úplne hlavne dolu, toto. Normálne klasika, ešte staré zo socikovým. Hlavne, že pohotel je 5 kolik. Bezpečnostný. No, nevyriešim. Hovorím, môžem ísť ešte dolu, alebo minus 20 stačí decibelov?
Ako pôjde. Ja som len chcel to, aby som mal väčšiu možnosť pridávať, lebo oni predsa nebudú rozprávať.
No, oni budú furt ďaleko, však vypnem. Fónik, teraz by si ma mal počuť. Jedna, dva, tri, štyri, 5. Počuješ ma? Dvojka. Počuješ ma? Dobre, super. To... Zapnú.
Keď je červené,
To aj po...
1, 2. Raz, 2, 3. Raz, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1. Raz, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Dva, tri. Nechám ich pozapínané. Raz, dva, tri, štyri, päť, šesť. 1, 2, 3. 3.
4, 5, 5, 6. Raz, raz, 2, 3. 4, 5. Raz, raz. Raz, raz, 2, 3.
Takže skúška tlmočenia, raz, dva, tri, štyri, raz, dva. Raz, dva, tri, štyri, skúška tlmočenia, môžeme ešte vyskúšať aj ty, keď chceš.
Raz, dva, tri, dobré ráno prajeme.
Tak ešte jedna skúška tlmočenia v takomto duchu, raz, dva, tri, štyri, 5, 6. A kolegyňa.
Raz, dva, tri. Zdravíme.
Dobrý deň.
Good morning, dear guests from abroad as well as from Slovakia, dear participants at our international conference. Welcome to Slovakia, welcome to Bratislava, welcome to the Bratislava Castle. We are very happy that you have accepted our invitation and that you are now attending a conference called Revolution, Velvet times Digital, 30 years of digital and social media in museums. We are in the year 2019, and former socialist countries, the countries of the former Eastern Bloc, are now celebrating 30 years since the fall of the Iron Curtain in this very month, in the month of November, in our case. And we will talk about how much museums have changed, what they used to be like before 1989, what they are like these days. These are the topics that we will talk about in the coming 2 days. How we reflect ourselves, how we use new technologies, digital technologies, how we communicate with the international scene, with experts, with our visitors, and so on. The main organizer is ICOM Slovakia, together with ICOM Austria and ICOM Czech Republic. And we should also mention our core organizers, the Ministry of Culture of the Slovak Republic, also the Slovak National Museum and the Slovak National Gallery. And of course, it wouldn't be able to organize this conference without the general support of the Fund for Art Support. And one of the representatives of Slovak museums will now be invited to the stage. So welcome to the floor, Director General of Slovak National Museum, Mr. Branislav Pánis. Welcome. Thank you, Dalibor. Thank you for welcoming us as the best museum in all of Europe. So, Velvet times Digital, that's the name of the conference. This week I was listening to a podcast with one of the leading dissidents during communist times here in Slovakia or in Czechoslovakia, Mr. František Mikloško, who was saying that the Velvet Revolution is still not completely over. And this reminded me of the words that we used to repeat in 1989, in 1990. Really, several generations have to pass before Slovakia really exits the old ways of thinking and seeing the world. And these 30 years have showed us that this was indeed the case, and it will probably take several more generations until in Slovakia we can really talk about settling our score with our past, but also some perhaps political and economic change in our country that would move us to different ways of doing things in general. So that's the Velvet part of the revolution. And then if we talk about the digital aspect of revolution, of course we are working on this, and this conference also talks about these issues, but the traditional, the classical content of museums also must go hand in hand with what this conference is about. Of course, we don't want to change museums into shopping centers with big screens, giant screens, blasting content, but at the same time we do want digital content in museums in a specific form. And then there's the question of getting the balance right between, let's call it, the analog world and the digital world. 20 years ago, when I started working for the Historical Museum at the Bratislava Castle, we had one old screen, one old monitor in the entire on the entire premises with some outdated content. It was, or with some content at the time, and that was the only place where people could sit down and watch something. Today, this is not a problem to buy screens, to buy monitors, to give them some content. Financially, this is now doable, perfectly doable. But what now starts to be a bigger problem is not so much the technology or the financing, but the content. And this is up to the institutions to come up with good content. Because companies can give you software, they can give you hardware, but the content itself, we are the ones who have to provide it, and we need time and space for that, and not always do we have that time and space for content making. And Dalibor already mentioned the co-organizers, but I would also like to thank ICOM Slovakia, ICOM Czech Republic, and ICOM Austria for co-organizing this event. And I would also like to mention Slovak National Gallery, the Bratislava Castle, and the Ministry of Culture and the Fund for Art Support. All of these organizations have been very helpful. Thank you.
Ďakujeme veľmi pekne.
Thank you, Director General. And now we should invite the most important people to the stage. The head of ICOM Slovakia, Madam Jasna Gaburová. And of course, we don't want her to be alone on the stage. So I would also like to invite Elke Kellner from ICOM Austria. Welcome. And also the representative of ICOM Czech Republic. It was supposed to be Martina Lemanová originally, but I think somebody else replaced her. So welcome whoever is here from ICOM Czech Republic. And Jasna Gaburová, you have the floor. Good morning, dear guests, dear colleagues. Everything that I wanted to say was kind of already said. I just want to remind you that the idea to organize this event came up last year at the conference in Poland, and Slovakia's ICOM accepted this challenge in the name of all Visegrad countries to organize a digital themed conference, but because it is now 30 years since 1989, and that's a big milestone, we didn't want to avoid that topic either. And I didn't even know that apart from that 30-year anniversary, in 1989, Sir Vance-Lee invented the World Wide Web. So the web also has a 30th anniversary. So this is a kind of funny parallel, and of course this is something that also opened up new opportunities for former communist countries in regards to being connected to information from all over the world. So these really are two anniversaries, but they are really truly linked among one another, and we will talk about those interesting connections surely. So welcome everybody to this event. I hope you will feel good here. And of course, conferences are also about exchanging experience, not just information, not just professional knowledge, but also friendships. We have tried to make it so that you feel good here. So welcome once again. And now I would like to ask Elke Kellner to say a few words as well.
Dear ladies and gentlemen,
Drahá Jasná, dámy a páni, kolegovia,
it's a great honor and pleasure for me
je pre
to
mňa
be
naozaj
able to
veľká
join
česť,
you
že tu
here
môžem
today for
byť.
today's conference. In the name of ICOM Austria and our president, Dr. Daniel Spera, I may forward our best wishes for a successful conference and our thanks to all our colleagues that made it possible. First of all, let me thank you, Director General Branislav Panis, for hosting us in this wonderful location in the Riding Hall in the Bratislava Castle. I hope this grand location will inspire many interesting lectures and discussions to make this conference a great experience for all participants. This conference also is a result of a very successful cooperation between the ICOM national committees of Slovakia, the Czech Republic and Austria that started off with a meeting in St. Pölten in 2016 and developed over the last years with different conferences we organized together, like the Contested History Conference in Brno in 2017, the Museums and Identities with ICOM Poland last year, and this year also with the conference about storytelling in St. Petersburg that we had in June. Over the years, we have been creating many projects, seminars, and conferences together to share and exchange experience, knowledge, and ideas about the museum world. Today, we are here in Bratislava, 30 years after the Velvet Revolution, a movement to support a non-violent transition of power in what was then Czechoslovakia, occurring from November 17th to December 29 in 1989. On November 16th, so almost 30 years ago, demonstrations of students started off here in Bratislava. The police didn't intervene in this demonstration, but on the following day in Prague, there was another protest, and the police forces crashed brutally and injured more than 600 people. But the opposition did not stop. More and more demonstrations demanded regime change and succeeded by the end of the month. On December 1st, there was a big celebration here in Bratislava, and on December 5, they started to put away the barbed wire that manifested the border between Austria and Slovakia for such a long time. So I'm very thankful for the great spirit and cooperation and friendship that developed between our ICOM national committees and for the many successful initiatives that we planned and realized together. I want to express my special thanks and congratulations to Jasna Gaborova and her team for organizing this conference as the next step taking place on the anniversary that is so worthwhile to remember and that has laid out the fundament of Slovakia, Czech Republic and Austria to work together so anonymously. You have done a wonderful job, Jasna, thank you. It's my pleasure indeed to be part of this team, and I of course also want to thank Martina Levanova, the president of ICOM Czechia and the board of ICOM Czechia and all colleagues for her continuous support and contribution. We all will be very much looking forward to the next ICOM General Conference that will take place in Prague in 2022, with the theme The Power of Museums. And the second big anniversary, at Jasna also mentioned it before, we are celebrating this year is the invention of the World Wide Web 30 years ago. For every one of us, the internet, emails, websites, smartphones, apps, and social media are so natural, we cannot imagine to live without them anymore. But what has become our second nature has invented quite a short while ago. Tim Berners-Lee, an English researcher at the CERN in Switzerland, realized the problems of information management. Physicists from around the world needed to share data, yet they lacked a common machine or any shared presentation software. In March 1989, Berners-Lee wrote a proposal for a large hypertext database with typed links. Naturally, the proposal attracted very little interest. Tim Berners-Lee considered several names, including information mesh, the information mine, or mine of information, but finally settled for the World Wide Web. He has to be called Sir Timothy Berners-Lee now, as he was knighted by the Queen, and the World Wide Web proved to be a big success after all. Ever since, the internet and the digitalization have been influencing and changing our daily life enormously. And of course, also museums. The internet has turned around how people get information, how they communicate, how they socialize. It influences probably every little bit of our lives. So I'm very much looking forward to discuss future digital trends in museums and possibilities of cooperation across disciplines of research outside the museum environment during the coming 2 days. And I'm also very much looking forward to get in touch with many of you to exchange our different views and experiences. Thank you.
Ďakujeme veľmi pekne. Ešte poprosíme zástupcu ICOM Česká republika.
Representatives of ICOM Czech Republic to come up here.
Vážené dámy, vážení pánové.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, Mrs. Slemanova unfortunately could not have come. She's on a highway somewhere, and maybe she would be earlier in Paris than in Bratislava, but you will be able to meet her and see her because she will come later on. So on behalf of the Czech ICOM committee, I would like to welcome you. And we're very happy that we can cooperate with both Slovak and Austrian and other national committees of ICOM, because this cooperation is very, very important. Thanks to us exchanging contacts, exchanging experience, and the connections often move on and become friendships, which strengthens our cooperation. As the Czech ICOM committee, we are grateful for this cooperation, and I want to give thanks to everyone who helped to organize this conference. So these are the members of the Slovak, Austrian, and Czech committees. And I'm glad that this conference, with the topic of the conference, we'll see our presentations as well. As regards the Czech ICOM committee, you will know that we asked to organize the World or Global Congress in 2022. We were not successful in Paris, and we were very disappointed. However, then something changed, and in the end, we were given another opportunity to candidate. So we will be organizing the Congress in 2022 in Prague. Obviously, this is a very significant event for us. We've already presented in Kyoto this year, and now I would like to welcome you to Prague. In 2022, I will be very happy to see you on behalf of the Czech ICOM committee. Thank you.
k priateľom z Českej republiky úprimne blahoželám.
Thank you. Congratulations to our friends from the Czech Republic. We were honestly very happy for you, and Kyoto as well. We'll do our best to help you. And now I would like to ask my colleague, Zena Koblišková, to provide us with certain technical information, because not all of us are quite at home in the digital world. So thank you for your initial words. And now, Zuzka, please tell us what we can do here during the 2 days of the conference and what we will need to work here. Thank you. Apologies for the slight technical delay. So you can see the Wi-Fi and the password. You will need it because we will be using Slido, where you can send your questions to our speakers. So you can join Slido through hashtag ICOM2019. So it's really easy. Just go to www.slido.com and go with the hashtag ICOM2019. Oh, sorry, ICOMBA 2019, ICOMBA 2019. And via Slido, you will be able to send your questions to the speakers. If you have any troubles with connecting, just contact one of us and we'll try to help you. So thank you, and I hope you'll have a great conference. Thank you very much to Zuzka. And again, if you have any troubles with connecting to either Wi-Fi or Slido, my colleagues are sitting down here, so feel free to approach them and ask questions. So we will be able to update the questions you'll be sending to us, and the moderator of the given block will be able to pick your questions, and the speakers will be able to answer. So now, the first block will be hosted by Mrs. Jasna Gaburová from ICOM Slovakia. I'll give the floor to her. Have a good day. We will have coffee breaks, obviously. There's a smoker's room on my right. So welcome and have a great day, everyone. Good morning. So this is our morning initial part where we will speak about maybe the history of what happened after 1989. We have 3 presentations in Slovak. 2 will be interpreted. Well, all of them will be interpreted. And I would now like to ask our first speaker, Mr. Jakub Jareš from the Czech Republic. He's from the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes in Prague. He's a historian, museologist, and we're very, very excited about his presentation.
Dobrý den. Já bych chtěl na úvod...
Good morning. First of all, I want to give you thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today and share my ideas. I really appreciate it greatly, and I'll try not to disappoint you. So I will do a sort of general overview of the past 30 years of how Czech and hopefully Slovak museums developed in the past 30 years. I will not focus on just digital technologies. I will try to offer a macro overview of the 30-year development. My framework for this thesis is 4 phenomena that I believe are the motor of museology here and globally. And obviously, I also want to warn you that being a historian, I will mostly be focusing on history museums, so apologies in advance to my colleagues from natural science museums and so on. However, I believe that the principles will be valid for all kinds of museums. So these are the 4 phenomena that I want to talk about. that I will be focused on. So first of all, I will be asking how the new museology ideas got into the Czech and Slovak environments. Then the second question will be whether it makes sense to deal with decolonization like the Western museums do. Then thirdly, what did new technologies look like here? And then four, why our countries have not seen a museum boom like we saw in, say, Germany or Poland, or even in such a small country as Estonia. So given this list, I think it's clear to you that this will be a macro overview of the development after 1989. So each of these questions could be discussed for an hour, so I will just lightly touch each of these questions. So I'll just try to bring some food for thought for our further discussions. So now on to the first question. How have the ideas of new museology established in Slovak and Czech museums? So just to briefly sum up that new museology is part activist and protest movement, it's part academic approach that was formed in the non-communist world in the 70s and 80s of the 20th century. If I should do a very general overview of these ideas of new museology, and obviously I know that there are a great many movements and ideas, I think we could sum them up like this. First of all, new museology criticized the existing, from their point of view, old-fashioned museum work. And they also thought that the visitor and their needs should be the center of our focus. This had to do with emphasizing educational and awareness-raising role of museums. This had to do with supporting local communities and really engaging them in their lives, where really the communities help manage the museums. Last but not least, new museology was very critical to different dogmas which museums help to reproduce, whether these were concepts of nation, race, promotion of imperialism, and so on. So they were appealing on museums to be engaged within the society. So I was speaking about new museology in the past tense, which obviously is not correct because these ideas or challenges are still valid today. And in a way, I think they have become mainstream. So we've had a discussion on the we had a discussion in Kyoto on the new definition of museum. So maybe the question is, should we still be controversial? Now the question is how all of these ideas took root in Czech and Slovak museums. So in the Czech Republic, I think it was the project Gates of the Museums Are Open, which was the pioneer of these programs. So this was a program that ran between 1997 and 2002. Hundreds of museum workers and educators went through the programs, and tens of thousands of participants saw these exhibitions and programs. I think this is where we managed to see the new museology ideas most strongly. Today, educational programs are the norm in our museums. In most museums, larger ones, we have education departments. Then museums and galleries and the related educated has established as a university department as well. So we have the Palackého University in Olomouc, the Masarykova University in Brno, and the Charles University in Prague. This, of course, does not mean that educators don't have to fight for their position in museums. They really want to be engaged from the very beginning of creation of an exposition so that they can influence how it will look like. Then a second big development was when museums became open to the public. You can see this in discussions and workshops and festivals. I think the most famous ones are the museum nights. In Czech Republic, after 16 years, and in Slovakia, after 15 years, they are enjoying a huge popularity, and it's a strong tradition. On the other hand, I think it needs to say that the appeal of the new museology was a lot deeper. So this wasn't only about opening the doors, whether it was at night or to schools or to visitors with specific or special needs, but it was about visitors being really active participants or even organizers of what's happening in the museum, and not just passive recipients. So this kind of community and democratic approach is successful in some places, maybe because local clubs from scouts and fishermen to firefighters organize their own exhibitions in museums. But I think to see the museum really living along with the community, and for the local inhabitants to really live and breathe with the museum, I think that's still quite exceptional. I also see a deficit in accepting the challenges of new museology in terms of them needing to be critical and involved in society. I think most exhibitions in the Czech and Slovak museums end long before 1989. Usually this is just before 1945. So it's as if the history of post-war or socialist or even post-communist period did not exist at all. So my dream is for example, this building to have a banner inviting you to an exhibition with these topics, of these post-war topics. I don't know whether it's possible under the current situation, but I think it's necessary for the Czech Republic to really approach this topic. I think an exhibition in this environment would be a good start. I also like to see a banner inviting people to an exhibition on the current life of the Roma people in the Czech Republic, or to a large exhibition about the global climate change. I have to say that I haven't seen anything like this in either Czech, and apologies to my Slovak colleagues, Slovak museums either. What's surprising to me is that this critical function of museums have been taken over partially by art galleries, whether it was the exhibition Building a State or Dream versus Reality here in Slovak National Gallery. I don't know how to explain this. Maybe it has to do with how we're used to seeing history museums, and maybe how museums see themselves. I think mostly we see them as institutions that should inform, educate, and entertain. And we don't see them as institutions that should also uncover prejudices and to pose the difficult questions and to help our societies become better. So this leads me to my second question, whether it makes sense in Czech and Slovak museums to follow up on the decolonization discussion. My first intuitive answer was no. We had no colonies, and the few potentially controversial items, for example, in Náprstkov Museum, that we have in our museums have nothing on the scale of, say, the British Museum. And I think that in some countries, maybe the decolonization discussion is a bit over the top, and with the bathwater of colonial guilt, we're also getting rid of the baby of modernity. On the other hand, when we move away from this intuitive approach, it's more complex. None of the reservations are absolute, and it does not mean that post-colonial thinking wouldn't be inspiring and useful for museums and society, or beneficial. It can help change our understanding of the world and its global form, especially in the case of, or also in the case of Czech Republic and Slovakia. So I've mentioned the Náprstkovo museums, and then we have the African Museum of Emil Holub, then Hrdličkovo Museum of the Human. We have collections of art of Asia and Africa in the National Gallery, and then we have thousands of items in travelers' collections in our castles. And in Slovakia, there is a lot of items in former aristocratic collections. And the question is, how do we show these objects today? I think today we're specifically showing them in how different and exotic they are. And we're not seeking their universal human testimony. I'll try to show you an example so that it's not too complicated. I'll show you this trophy head that was exhibited last year in the National Museum at the 2x100 exhibition, and then on the Indians exhibition as well. And my question is over this item, and I'm not an expert on Amazonian Indians, but my question is how much this had to tell us about the actual life of this specific Amazonian tribe of Jivaros, and how much the creation of such hats was important for them, or whether what was important for them was to get enough food and raise their children and, have friends and family and play. So essentially the same things that we do in our lives. So if it's the latter, then why are we showing this item in exhibitions? Is it just because the traveler Stanko Vraz brought it home at the end of 19th century with him? To contrast this, I will show you a few photos. So here you can see the Amazonians, doing some folklore for tourists, and here they're protesting against mining companies that put their homes at risk. So you can see a different view of these nations. So being different is just a construct that we created to define ourselves as a civilized nation, civilized people. And to disrupt this view could be a good way to help fight against stereotypes. And last but not least, museums would help our societies to show other nations, however far away they are, would see them as people with the same stories and same wishes and needs as we have. So in relation to colonialism, I have a few more comments. We were a colony for 40 years, a Soviet colony, and the question is, how have we come to terms with it? What is our position in the Soviet empire museums? Second question is Czech colonialism. Do the Czech museums have sufficient representation of history of Slovakia and Carpathian Ruthenia? And my third comment is for both countries. Are we seeing in Czech and Slovak museums the Jewish, the Roma, German, Hungarian, and Ruthenian minorities? Are we showing them similarly to the Amazonian tribes? Are we showing them in how different they were instead of showing how they helped with developing our country? So this is the end of this controversial question, and now we'll move on to a more technical question that has to do with the topic of this conference.
First of all, I would like to mention that my colleague Václav Sixta, who works on the topic of changes in museum expositions after 1989, he says that in the 90s we had that figurine period, and then after the year 2000 the period or the era of multimedia exhibitions. And maybe the years might be viewed somewhat differently, but certainly the idea of new technologies, that's a fact. There are a number of reasons for this. One is the broad availability of technologies, and of course also the fact that we started receiving European funds and subsidies which allowed us to purchase this technology. And then there's another reason, which is the expectations that people have with regard to new technologies. There are some quotes here that show you that people expect new technologies to be kind of magical, whereby we turn old and traditional museums into modern museums, as if just by using technology we are automatically making exhibitions more attractive, more interactive, attracting more visitors and so on. And this is kind of a faith that you can see in the speeches of politicians, journalists, visitors, experts, museum workers, and so on. Again and again, we come across this idea that whatever is digital, whatever is multimedia, whatever is interactive, must automatically also be good. We can definitely find thousands of similar quotes if we wanted to. And then there's the question: if you can touch something, if you can move something around, whether it's physical or digital, is that truly interactive? An interesting answer is provided by the Australian museologist Andrea Whitcomb, who differentiates between formal interactivity and dialogical interactivity. Formal interactivity is one where you allow visitors to move something, to answer something, click on something, but only in a space which is limited by the curators, whether physically or mentally. And the other dialogical interactivity is one where what's important is not the number of screens or projectors, but the ability of curators to motivate the fantasy or the imagination of their visitor, and to allow them to move in a completely free space by whatever means, even if they are traditional. Here I would like to say that I'm not really old-fashioned in this respect. I certainly like new technologies, and I know a lot of exhibitions where technologies were used very well, but unfortunately, I also know a lot of exhibitions where technologies were used in a mediocre way or even suboptimal way. Here I have a few examples. I certainly do not wish to criticize people too much. The not so great example comes from my hometown, so if I'm criticizing anyone, I'm criticizing myself. Here we have touch screens where in those screens really just have tons of books and pages, so it's kind of a false interactivity. And in this second case, you're just really showing a river without showing anything else, and the question is whether you could not just print it out and the effect would be the same. Of course, the contrast is not exactly fair, because here we are talking about a rich museum from Leiden. They have a lot more money, so it's not exactly a fair comparison in this sense. But here you have the figurine of a corpse, and basically you could project entire layers of the human bodies on that body, which was a great use of modern technologies, even though, again, I would just like to repeat that it was a very rich museum in this case, so of course the situation is quite different. And of course you could also come up with examples from abroad which would be not great, so it's not just a case of Czech or Slovak museums doing this poorly and the ones from abroad doing it well. That's certainly not what I'm trying to say. And then of course the question is the fact that often museums accept these technologies from private companies, and their objective is often quite simple, or the objective of those companies rather, to sell as much technology as possible, and then to put content in them, which is an understandable strategy. But of course, this is really just a tool, just like regular farming tools, which you can then use for good or not so great purposes. And now here I have the fourth question that I wanted to ask: why the museum boom that we could see in other countries such as Germany, Poland, or Estonia, you can't really see in our countries. Of course, here would be some examples of the most or the best known new museums in neighboring countries or not so far away countries, and then we have another list of new museums in similar countries, new museums in the region. In the Czech Republic and in Slovakia, what we have is typically more renovations of older buildings, not that many new ones. In the Czech Republic we have Archeopark Pavlov, and in Slovakia we have the Danubiana Melenstein Art Museum and partly also the Holocaust Museum in Sereď, but really that's about it. We don't have many more examples of new buildings, of new museums in Slovakia, in the Czech Republic. So after 1989 there has not been really much expansion in this respect. The question is why? I would like to focus on the Czech Republic because I'm not so familiar with the situation in Slovakia, but I would like to compare what I know from our countries, or from the Czech Republic especially, with those three countries that I mentioned first. I think that the first reason is that we don't have really a conflict in the Czech Republic, in the sense that we are quite homogeneous as a society. We don't have big social or ethnic or ideological groups that would represent their own view of history and try to present that view publicly. That's one of the reasons why we do not have new museums. Of course, this is also a good thing. I don't want to have many strong conflicts, identitarian conflicts or group conflicts in the Czech Republic, but I would also like to say that on the other hand, let's say in Poland, there's a strong difference between conservatives and liberals. In Germany, they used to have the contrast between the West and the East. In Estonia, perhaps, you have that contrast between European modernity and the former Soviet lagging behind. They all have these contrasts in their societies, and I think that there is a reason why they are building those new museums to present their particular views. The second reason, I think, is historical. In the Czech Republic or in Czechoslovakia, we had that museum boom already during the interwar period, and then especially after 1948, when a lot of especially regional museums were built. Then after 1989, what happened was that these old museums, well, first of all, we should say that we lost interest in them, especially in the first 10 years after the revolution. There was a lot of stagnation. You would sometimes have those stickers in those exhibitions that just try to balance out the former communist narrative. And then later on, we started to renovate those museums, including buildings, including exhibitions. And what happened especially was that the former communist and the national narrative was turned into a democratic but also national narrative. In Poland, for example, you couldn't really do this because in Poland communism was never a national type of communism, and you had to build up a new identity, including new museums. And this also can be said in the case of the former East Germany and post-Soviet Estonia. And what is especially important is that in the Czech Republic, after 1989, no important memorial museums have been built. I'm using the terminology of Peter Williams. Perhaps the Vojna War Memorial in the Czech Republic could be an example. In Slovakia, the Holocaust Museum in Sereď perhaps could be an example of such a memorial museum. Now we are talking about new plans in the Czech Republic, a Roma Holocaust Museum in Lety, a Holocaust Museum in Prague, and so on. But we'll see whether all of this will indeed be built in the end. And the third reason why we do not have new museums in the Czech Republic, I think, is a social and political reason. In the Czech Republic, we are being led for 2 decades by the technocratic elite that was formed in the 1970s and 80s, which I think prefers economics over culture, and they do not really understand or appreciate the role of the museum. And if they do, they see it as a way of investing money and attracting tourists. I will give the example of Andrej Babiš, who wanted to create a branch of Pompidou, of Centre Pompidou in Prague. And so this would be my ideas. And of course, the boom that we're talking about in our neighboring countries is not just a quantity boom, but also a quality boom. Just by looking at the number of nominations at the European Museum of the Year award over the last years, the Czech Republic had 7 such nominations in the entire period of 30 years, whereas Poland, just in the last 4 years, they already had 13 nominations, and that included 1 win. And Estonia, Romania, and the former East Germany also had wins in these awards. Whether this will change in favor of the Czech Republic or Slovakia, of course, that's especially, first of all, down to all of us who work in this area, and also depends on politicians and society as such, and especially, I would say, on whether we really consider culture and education to be a true priority of ours. So that's it from me, and of course all the best of us to the 30th anniversary of the events of 1989.
Thank you very much to Mr. Jareš. I think this was a great choice of ours to invite him here and to give him the opportunity to speak at the beginning of the conference, because he touched upon many topics that we will be talking about, and maybe also this is food for thought for our discussion later on. We're not saying goodbye to him because he will participate in our panel discussion later on, so I think he will be able to answer any questions you might have. Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask Mr. Peter Maraki to come and join us. Since he finished his university studies, he's always worked in museums. He is one of the founding members of the Kysuce Museum in the city of Čaca, of the Natural Museum of Vychylovka, Ethnical Museum. Then he also worked in monuments, State Monument Preservation of the Ministry of Culture. He also worked at the Ministry of Culture, and he is currently the chief editor of the Pamiętki and Muzea, Monuments and Museums journal. So we're very excited about your presentation. Thank you very much.
First of all, I would like to say that I appreciate the freedom that we have very much. I like new technologies as well, but I would like to emphasize in my brief presentation some risks which come with any spontaneously created and perhaps euphoric activities. You know, the risks that these can bring as well. I think there are many parallels between those revolutionary days and months and what we are now living as part of the coming age of the digital revolution. In Slovak museums at the end of the 1980s, you could especially feel a feeling of self-censorship. If we're talking about censorship, it was mostly self-censorship, really. Mostly it was about, adapting yourself to normalization politics, and the change that arrived came quite unexpectedly and quickly, and not in a very regulated fashion, to say the least. I remember that here at the castle in late 1989 or early 1990, we were finishing up with the exhibition Socialist Czechoslovakia on the one hand, and at the same time we were working on a new exhibition or focusing on formerly prohibited materials or documents that were not exhibited. So these could be religious documents, these could be documents related to the expulsion of different ethnicities from the territory of Slovakia and so on. So we kind of poured out the child or the baby from the bathtub together with the water, because we liquidated the exhibition on socialist Slovakia, Czechoslovakia, but we also had some positive things in that exhibition, showing, for example, experts who were isolated from Western technologies and who could create the audiovisual exhibition that was then focusing on socialist Czechoslovakia. And today we also do not really for example, when we talk about jewelry facility at this castle and this castle museum, we had a minister of culture who brought in experts from the West, and then what happened was that an Italian company presented a similar project in Leipzig at Denkmale. So it is just to say that what happened after 1999 was interesting in the sense that the first area where liberalization took place was the liberalization of presentation. And in presentation, what happened was that we could see that if something happens very quickly, it kind of focuses mostly on the effect, on what it looks like. Just try to think back to whether the first modern use of the most expensive project of Slovak culture, which is the digitalization of cultural heritage, whether it is not mostly effect focused, or what it looks like focused, in other words. And we can also check that in the coming hours and days. Then after November 1989, we also started creating new museum institutions. And here I think Slovakia played a dignified part when it comes to paying its debt towards ethnic minorities. In the 1990s and also in the new millennium, Slovakia built an entire network, I don't know the exact number, of minority museums. And we started, we created also a Central National Museum, and I think that was an effective way of going about things. And we then tried to deal with the Holocaust, which of course is a major challenge for Slovak society and continues to be so. And you can now verify the result in the Holocaust Museum in Sereď. You can see for yourself whether it was done properly or not. We created a number of new museums, and the situation after the revolution also kind of created a crisis situation for a number of museums, because the impact of restitutions, especially the restitutions of real estate, impacted and worsened the situation when it comes to the buildings and areas owned by the museums. They often lost different buildings, different castles and other facilities, which of course is a major handicap to this day. We must understand that we are in a country which since the 1960s has not built a single new museum building, with the exception of the new Slovak National Gallery building. This really is a unique situation in all of Europe. There was also a personnel downflow, which happened in the 1990s, when apart from the reorganizations that happened, that were caused, first of all, let's say, in a bottom-up approach, where the parliament asked the Minister of Culture to directly manage all cultural institutions, and what then happened was that the Minister of Culture under the Mečiar government created that system of intendants who destroyed even the organizational autonomy of Slovak museums, and then of course everything depended on local interests and other facts. In Slovakia we do not have one Slovak national cultural heritage, but we have a cultural heritage which is influenced by central bodies, and then cultural heritage collections and exhibitions and such, which are governed or managed by the regions. That also is a complicated situation in our case. In the 1990s, we moved away from organized visiting, which meant that fewer people were coming to the museums. Today we have a situation of a lot of interest in museum pedagogy, and of course many experts have great results, but I think that the specialization in museum pedagogy in institutions is somehow replacing, and not replacing very well, the interest of curators in presenting their own products, and I think this is a dangerous road. And I think on the other hand we can also say that museum educators seem to be accepting museology as a kind of rooftop ideology of what is happening in museums, and the great specialization of museums, which you typically do not have elsewhere to the same extent as you do in the case of museums, is not at the moment showing in a sufficient number of research projects of an interdisciplinary nature, and especially in presentation or in common presentation. Even the projects that we had and were quite successful for a number of years, such as the program of the Slovak National Museum, when it comes to the ethnic museums, where you had all those minority museums and the ethnographic museum of the Slovak National Museum, which meant that the work was effective. We also stepped away from that, and for a number of years we have not been continuing in that direction. There are some new problems which came up, especially in relation to the fact that museums as well as other cultural organizations in Slovakia continue to work under a legislation and financing rules as state contribution organizations or regional contribution organizations, which means that they must have some side economic activities to fill up their budget. And of course they are looking for these sources in different places until often they arrive at a situation whereby accompanying events in museums are often artistic or quasi-artistic activities which do not really have a lot to do with the basic mission of the museum itself. I will not mention the specific museum that is even used in Slovakia. You know, we have a castle in Slovakia where they had shows for kids with ghosts and whatnot. I don't want to criticize them too much, but we now have dozens of similar cases regionally repeating this project because that's where they see kind of a positive attitude towards their visitors, which taken, if it's taken too far, can be even dangerous. And the similar situation can be found in those in all those objects where they just had a conversion of paintings. We really came up with substitutes of originals, but the content of what a museum is, these are not yet harmonized, and even those outputs are usually focused on everything but the documenting of effect that those artifacts are supposed to represent. The current state of the museum network in Slovakia, I think, is quite good, I would say. But the problem is we do not have a lot of cooperation. We have a lack of multidisciplinary and multi-institutional projects. And that's, I think, why we have that continued lack of respect of curators and also, unfortunately, of managers and even sometimes of establishing entities when it comes to museology, which I think is the only kind of rooftop where or under which you can truly become a partner in digitalization. And what this is all about is we want to make sure that museum work is not a service for information technologies, but on the other hand, that museum work starts using those IT technologies in the interest of museums. So good luck to everybody who will focus on this in the coming years.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maraki for a very inspiring presentation full of questions. And now I would like to ask Mr. Dolak, who's prepared maybe a bit controversial presentation as well, maybe a bit confrontational to Mr. Maraki. Mr. Dolak presents on museology at the philosophical department of the Comenius University. He's a museologist, theoretician, and he has a presentation for us today.
Nech sa páči.
The floor is yours. Madam Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, please allow me to start with a plea to try and understand each other, because digitization is a very complex issue. And probably none of us really understand all of its aspects. There's, people who deal with copyright have a different view. The view of the technician who just does scanning has a different view. I don't know what the presentation module is, but what I'm offering is the museology view. So, digitization that all of us use every day help us in all the areas of museum activities, and they are not a huge problem. Usually we have a problem with digitization when we're trying to address an item as a part of our heritage. We want to preserve it forever. So for example, we have works of art which were digital born, and it is worth it to preserve them. Slovak and Czech legislation is conservative in a healthy way. And these things have to be fixed, preserved on a carrier, not just on a computer. And maybe just like in the past, libraries were separated from museums, I think it's possible that this part of our heritage will have to take its own route, go its own way. I think in Slovakia, digitization is sufficiently financially supported. I don't know all of them, but I've been to Martin, Banská Bystrica. I think these places are very well equipped, both technically and with human resources. As far as I'm concerned, I think they are not fully used, which is a mistake, but that's not what I want to focus on. I want to focus on something else. In 2015, I was at a temporary digitization workplace at Modrý Kameň, where 3 men very carefully we're scanning an item, a rattle. It's a rattle that you use during Easter. And they were digitizing very, very carefully this rattle. So, and they said, these three men said that we're carefully scanning this item right now, and then we will think about why we need it to do, what good will it bring. So if this is how we do it, that's not good. Are we doing it to make our bosses happy? Or to quote a colleague of mine, are we doing this for sellers of ridiculously expensive software and hardware? I think not. So I do not want to speak about those digitized items that we used immediately in our websites, for example. I'm speaking about the large projects that we do just to have them on stock somewhere. Or for researchers, because someday, someone in a half year, a researcher might need them. And obviously, we will find a lot of mistakes. So we can find a plaque, a memorial table, and it will show us nothing. Or we can find a 3D little mound of earth, and the description is a product of nature. How is this helpful to anyone to see a bit of earth with the description, a product of nature? So the standard is usually that we have the item with the description. So it's a catalog of collection. This is something I could not have imagined 30 years ago, but catalogs of collections have been published by museums for at least 100 years. So to just have a list of objects along with a photograph and to be able to access them online, this is maybe a technological revolution, but not a museological revolution. So the main question is, what gives us the assurance that this is the way we should take? How do we know that this is what the museum visitor wants? Do they want to see another pair of digitized antlers or bits and pieces of archaeological objects? Is this what they want to see on our websites? I think these are really basic questions, and we do not ask them enough. So my plea is to not visualize a large number of objects, but to make accessible what we call items with educational aspects. So the topic of my presentation, the name of my presentation is a bit provocative. Are we doing this essentially just for ourselves because we think that this is hugely beneficial and everyone needs it? Should we maybe focus on what the society needs, a broader society, broader public needs actually? So if our large projects are for researchers, then we do not need sentences like, our region was always important in terms of its heritage. Every region has important heritage. We should have a more intense discussion with the representatives of the individual fields of science, botanists, entomologists, ethnologists. What do they want from us? I don't think it's the amount of Earth in 3D. And then also, when we're reading EU projects on digitization, this is about building knowledge-based and competitive society. This, for me, could be pupils and students of Slovak elementary and secondary schools. I often read school books, history school books, and they always show these pieces of earthenware or arms. And my question for the history teachers would be, do you want to show your students further earthenware and arms from the Great Moravia period, or would you prefer more regional material, or maybe I picked, say, Eastern Slovakia? Would a teacher prefer something from the Trebuchet region instead of the western region of Great Moravia? Or maybe, let's say, I have a student, secondary school student who comes to Slovakia to a school, and would it be more useful for her to know that this hill had a hill fort, and the people who lived there lived like this and dressed like this, and this is what they ate? So let's put it in context. But I don't know. I don't know what they want or need, because I don't know that Slovakia has ever seen a serious discussion with teachers on what they want from us, from museums, in terms of digitization. So I'll try to finalize my presentation in a, say, poetic manner, because we are in the Bratislava Castle. So I think we should go down to the areas below the castle, the lower castle areas. Let's ask people, what do you want from us? What services do you expect from museums? And we have to be prepared to hear answers that we will not enjoy much. And last but not least, sometimes I feel like we are metalsmiths on a gas station. So we are doing these amazing horseshoes, but the cars don't need them anymore. Thank you for your attention.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne docentovi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dalák. Thank you for this very inspiring presentation. And I think we should see these presentations as a theoretical basis on how to use these technologies later on in the future in practice. So now I would like to invite Mrs. Zuzana Bartošová, who's the theoretician of art. She worked in Slovak National Gallery. She was also the director of the gallery later on. Currently, she works for the Slovak Academy of Sciences. Zuzana, the floor is yours.
Dobrý deň.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, friends. When I looked at the agenda of our conference, I realized that most active participants are from typical or traditional museums, and only few are from galleries. And I'm one of those gallery people, so to speak. So please try and listen to me with the idea that galleries, which is what we call fine arts museums, are working in ways that are different from other museums, and they have their specific characteristics which need to be respected. I came across an interview with Mr. Dilawri, who is the head of a New York museum, and he said that we want to be a museum of the future. And when he was asked whether he thinks that this arrival of new museums is an important moment in the history of, or in history in general, he said it's quite dangerous to think of any particular moment as a special moment or exceptional moment, perhaps with the exception of the beginning of book printing. He said that we shouldn't be obsessed with new technologies, and when he was asked what the role of museums should be at the moment, he said, well, expectations changed. People used to look for a quiet connection to those works of art, and today they typically visit museums to be in the company of other people, and they expect participation. And our challenge is to satisfy both expectations, quiet contemplation and participation. So that's what Glenn D. Lowry said from the Museum of Modern Art in New York. But let's focus now on what used to or what happened in Slovakia in the early 90s. I was the first director of the Slovak National Gallery after the revolution. I was chosen in a competition for a period of 4 years. It was quite a complicated period. I was then removed after 2 years because the Ministry of Culture said that we have some organizational reasons to remove this person from office, and they did not admit that when Mečiar won the government, the first task of the new Ministry of Culture was to save the former house of Czechoslovak-Soviet friendship, where elements of the KGB were still working at that time. This building was given to the Slovak National Gallery after the Velvet Revolution, and this ownership had to be cancelled because there was a threat that a key address in Slovakia would be erased from the map of relationships with the nations of the former Soviet Union. And the Minister of Culture, Dušan Slobodník, managed to make sure that this address continued to exist by removing me from the office. I worked in the Slovak National Gallery for 20 years. I knew how it worked, its structures, its problems, and its ideological orientation during communist times. So I wanted to become director of the National Gallery with two targets: to open the gallery to the world and to present the work of those authors who could not present their works officially during the so-called normalization under communism. I wanted to change the Slovak National Gallery into a dynamic institution so that it has an equal place in the cultural map of Europe with the important museums of other countries or galleries of other countries. The collections we had, we certainly did have to achieve those targets, and I also wanted the gallery to be open when it comes to media and to visitors. And some of those targets that I had were quite similar to those of the director of the MoMA, whom I quoted. But we had an extra task, which was something that he didn't have to deal with, which was to remove the layer of communist ideologies. I wanted to solve this issue with patience. Whatever exhibitions were already planned were finished in a regular manner, but we also came up with the new exhibitions of those artists who came from the unofficial artistic scene, and I wanted to rehabilitate this group of authors, of artists, as a single entity, and we also tried to export them abroad. I wanted to make sure that it could be seen that they were on a top level, they worked on a top level. And we also tried to change the gallery from a pyramidal kind of structure into an open horizontal structure. I worked on changing its statute, but we already also presented the activities of the Gallery of New and of rather old and modern art. Then we had the project of Gaudi, Gallery of Architecture, Applied Arts and Design, and the Gallery of Contemporary Art. And we also always said that these were parts of the Slovak National Gallery. And what was not divided into different parts were the administration, deposits, photographic workshops, documentation, and the library. And this made sure that the institution was an easily understandable institution for the audience, and the result was quite amazing. We had offers coming in from all of Europe for our individual galleries that I just mentioned. And what inspired me in this project was the fact that in Western Europe, monolithical institutions such as the Slovak National Gallery did not really exist that much anymore. During the 20th century, institutions mostly focused on a specific segment of the fine arts, and Slovakia with its national gallery was kind of outdated in that respect, and the new structure of the SNG solved this situation. My example for a horizontally working institution was the Centre Pompidou in Paris, and its activities clearly show that a plurality of plans and targets under one roof creates a creative environment, and the management of the individual sub-museums under Centre Pompidou always focused on or agreed on which proposed targets or projects they would carry out. And I also focused on our relationship with our visitors. We wanted to move the gallery from an expert institution towards a community platform, and we really were kind of pioneers in this area. We opened a public cafe, and its program kind of interconnected a literary audience with the fine arts audience, where journalists encircled by works of art could give good questions to experts. We also established a club of friends of the Slovak National Gallery, which unfortunately then ceased to exist once I was removed from office. And the Ministry of Culture at the time was quite generous when it comes to the Slovak National Gallery. Even before I became director, we were handed a number of palaces, the Rusovce Castle with its park, and a number of other buildings. We also had some dreams, for example, in the area of international cooperation with Mr. Wolfgang Becker, who was the head of the Museum of Modern Art in Aachen. We were planning on German, Slovak exhibitions and wanted to present them in both cities. Also, I wanted to have our visitors to be able to use the boat to get along the Danube to Rusovce, to then walk through the park with statues, to then visit the exhibition of the European collection of the SNG, and to maybe then go to the cafe in the castle. The SNG was communicating as an equal partner of relevant European museums or galleries, and change of its structure had a big role to play in all of this, because we, as I said, turned it from an hierarchical or pyramidal institution into a divergent horizontally working institution, which made its activities more dynamic. We managed to export dozens of exhibitions to other countries, and we changed working with the audience as well. Thank you very much. I think it was very important that we were open and our programs were open for our audience. Thank you very much. We now have Hilde Fuchs from Austria, from Museum Ort, not that far away from Bratislava. Until 1989, of course, that was a whole different world for us. So, Hilde, please come up.
Yes, hello. I'm Hilde Fuchs from the Museum Ort. It's in the Castle Ort at the Danube, in a Renaissance castle. It's maybe the smallest institution here today. And I am actually a visual artist. I come from an artistic background, and I was asked to come up with a concept for a regional museum. The museum in the castle profits from a synergy of having the same place as the national park of the Danube Woods. And visitors come there by year. About 40,000 people visit the national park. So there is a visitor center in the ground floor and the Museum Ort, which is the regional museum led by the municipal of Ort at the Donau, is in the first floor. It's quite big. We have about 1,000 square meters. And I was confronted with a collection of items that could be exchanged maybe with other local museums in Lower Austria. There are about 700 near the same. So I came up with the concept of bringing art and bringing artists to that kind of resources, and to bring up maybe completely new perspectives and open up the resources. We have in our program, we follow 3 thematic tracks. It's regional culture, it's the Renaissance history of the castle Ort, which actually is connected here to the castle of Bratislava, since in the 16th century, the Niklas Graf Salm was, he was the owner of both, of the castle of Ort and also here in Bratislava. And very important is the series Everyday Culture and Contemporary Art. And that is changing twice a year. And it looks very much for opportunities for public participation. And the goals with this concept, with these conceptual programs are, first, we create a lively contemporary context along with a seasonal museum focus on a regional history. Second, we open the local and regional resources to a new and more complex perception. And third, we make current art productions accessible to a broad public. So now, on the occasion of the 30 years of the fall of the Iron Curtain, our topic of 2019 is Marchfeld, over here and there, a region on both sides of the Mark River. The Iron Curtain left its mark in neighboring countries on the 453-kilometer border between Austria and Czechoslovak Republic. 20,000 border guards were stationed, and it was considered the most dangerous part of the Iron Curtain. In the years until 1989, nearly 800 people were killed, 129 of them by attempting to escape. The rest were soldiers who died from accidents in the mine belt or suicide. The term Iron Curtain describes not only real border fortifications, but also symbolically the policy of demarcation. In particular, it was also a prosperity frontier that can still be felt today. Many relations between states disappeared over the decades. Especially in the economic sector, this border was a dead border, so that their existing companies migrated. The language barriers also grew, as hardly anyone in the Western countries learned the language of the immediate but unreachable neighboring country. The personal contacts between the people who are no longer separated by barbed wire and minefields in the borderland are falling short of expectations. Now, rather often, only every third Lower Austrian resident of a borderland community moves over to the Czech Republic or to Slovakia, although its capital Bratislava is directly located on the former Iron Curtain. So I wanted to bring up this anniversary, that we have already 30 years open borders, but still our region, I did not, sorry. Our region still is not connected, but it was. So I did not show the castle, I'm sorry. No. The special exhibition now goes back and is searching for traces and leaps in time. So actually we are looking in the special exhibition for the similarities. And they are. During the Danube monarchy, in the period of 1526 to 1918, the Machfeld on both sides of the Mach River was a common cultural area, especially because after the first Vienna Turks invasion and siege in 1529, the Machfeld was depopulated, and it came to the settlement of the Croats, the so-called Machfeld-Kroaten, and the German colonists, including the Donauschwaben, on both sides of the March and north to Moravia. The result was a 400-year common culture space until the end of the Habsburg monarchy in 1918. Geographically, the Machfeld extends to the small Carpathians. Since the 16th century, for the eastern part, the name Záhorí has been established, which means behind the mountain. One of the oldest maps of Lower Austria, from 1672, shows the region east of the March River with the former German place names: Jakobsdorf, Ungereigen, Hochstötten, Kuchla, Stampfen, Blumenau, Mariathal, Theben, and Pressburg. The road from Vienna to Machfeld, the road from Vienna via Machfeld, Machek, Stupava to Bratislava, was strategically important because of the Ottoman threats. Around 1900, there were ferries across the Mach in almost every border town: Markthof, Machek, Zwerndorf, Dürnkrut, Jedenspeigen, Sierndorf, Drösing, Ringelsdorf, and with the bridges Schlosshof, Machek, Angern, and Hohenau, there were 12 overpasses. The ferry from Drösing had a capacity of 190 people, or 16 horses, or 4 horse wagons, each with 2 horses. Goods were transported, such as wine, wood, potatoes, straw, hay, ceramics, livestock, geese, wicker, medicinal herbs, hemp, and hemp oil. In transit were servants, maids, construction workers, craftsmen, and students. The vegetable men from Záhorí, mainly from the area of Stupava and Zohor, they drove with horse-drawn carriages over Machek, Untersiebenbrunn, and Rasdorf to the markets in Vienna, where the women often stayed a month and sold the vegetables, mainly cabbage. The Machfeld. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, so there was a big exchange of goods and people, and then what we did now with our exhibition was to bring up some maybe similarities that are still, can be found still, like bringing up the exhibition, we were sending question lists to the mayors of the municipalities of both sides of the March and asking what are the special festivities, what are the special dishes, what are the special historic events. And also the question was if there is a maypole, and I find it very fantastic that there is one moment in the year where on both sides maybe at the same time, at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, people start to decorate the maypole and pushing it up by whatever technique, which was very interesting to see. We involved 20 villages from our side, and we involved 20 villages and asked how they should send photos. And in each little village, they have another technique, very interesting. So we show this in the exhibition. Very quickly now, a change to my artist projects. I do it very quickly. There was, because we do it this always parallel to the historical and informative special exhibitions. The artists are asked and especially invited to show projects that deal with our year's program. And we had 4. We had Zones of Transition by Felix Malnik. He traveled with his bicycle along the border, the Iron Curtain border, and he made photos from the abandoned stations of the former Iron Curtain. Now they are empty, like ghost buildings, and he produced paintings by changing colors, but and without people, so it's still a little bit ghosty. Then the second project is a very young photographer. She called the series Behind the Curtain, and she made herself the model and was taking the nature to come up with pictures that would interpret her emotions on being lonely, being searching, having dreams, and a lot of refugees, of course, when they crossed the border in 2015, and it was also our border here, they had dreams, they were lonely. So then we have another project. This is an artist from Bratislava by Martina Simkovica and Jürgen Rendel. Both are dealing with their constant traveling between Bratislava and Vienna, because she studied in Vienna also. And Jürgen Rendel comes originally from Austria and now lives in Bratislava. And he is a radio redactor, and she is a visual artist, but in both sides active. And she came up with the thinking of that since 1990, the expectations how the Western and the Eastern world would be are like a little bit romantic, but have now changed into everyday life and maybe problems and absurdities and longings. So she made 2 books, and we showed a lot of her observations. So the last project is Novi Most. It was dedicated to the bridge here in Bratislava. Isa Rosenberger, I admire her very much, a good artist from Austria. She does a lot of video projects, and she interviewed 3 women from 3 generations here in Bratislava, a grandmother, the daughter, and the granddaughter. So it was 3 women of one family. And the oldest is born 1928. She tells about her, they are sitting in the restaurant in the bridge and would tell how they felt with the Eastern and Western changings. And the oldest woman, she told, she was 20 years old and could come over the border, like traveling to Vienna, having a coffee and something nice and so on. And then she was cut off of this habit. And her daughter, on the other side, she grew up in the communist time. So she told something like, oh, we were safe, we had jobs, we had la 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 la. My daughter maybe has to fight for the job and so on. So she saw something good and maybe different, of course. And the youngest is born 1978, and she's constantly moving, whatever she's very expressing her freedom. So maybe the last picture. And this Isa Rosenberger, she also interviewed Austrian residents in our village and asked them how they would see the changing between East and West. And one of them came up with a photo also. And he took a photo in 1986 from he was hidden in the bushes on our side of the Danube, and he was very frightened, and he tells in the interview how it felt before the opening. I mean, yeah, seeing the Kalashnikovs over there and so on, and always thinking, will they shoot or not? And after the opening in 91, he was there, and it was a so nice observation that he said, in the end, he said, I heard kids laughing and screaming over there. That was something completely different, because I felt that's freedom, because you really had compassion. You hear the freedom. That's it.
So thank you very much, Hilde. I'm sorry that I have to push you a little bit, but it is, I think, a chance that we have to go and to March to Art Museum. It's so close, and we had no idea how interesting projects you make. Thank you.
Projekty.
Z Rakúska. Dúfam, že bolo.
So thank you to our colleague from Austria. Of course, she was talking about the river Morava, in German March. So this is our frontier region, border region. And here now we have Mr. Večeřa from the Technical Museum in Brno, who will also talk about borders, but perhaps in a more technical manner.
Vážené dámy, vážení pánové.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this very interesting conference. And I would like to introduce my presentation, which, and I apologize for that, perhaps it will not be totally related to digitalization itself, but it goes back rather to the past, to the fall of the Iron Curtain and to the curtain itself. And if that Iron Curtain had not come down, we would not be talking about the digitalization of museums here today. We wouldn't be able to meet here today. So I would like to present a project of the Technical Museum in Brno on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the fall of the Iron Curtain. We had a very good reason for this, because we have not only the main building of the museum in Brno with 17 expositions, but we also have 5 technical monuments outside of Brno. So that was the new building. Now you have the National Cultural Monument Vodní Slup. The next one is called Stará Huť. The next one is called Větrný mlýn. The next one Kovárna in Tešany, and the last one Šlakhamr in Hamry nad Sázavou. So what is specific about us is we do museum activities, but also monument work. We want all of these monuments to be living and breathing, so to speak. They are all functional, and our visitors can come inside and have a look at how what the world used to look like, how it used to operate in times past. And we joined this big project because we also manage the area of Czechoslovak fort, of a Czechoslovak fort in Šatova, in Šatov rather. This was an object that was used to protect the border of Czechoslovakia, and we now have also a replica of the three-walled wire barrier, border barrier that is now operated by our museum. We also accompany this with collecting activities and documentation rather activities. This project started in 2018 when we decided to come up with a project that would celebrate the 30th anniversary in a dignified manner, and that would have different activities over the course of the year 2019. And we wanted to also include somebody else in that project, namely our Austrian partner, who would then talk about the Iron Curtain from their point of view and from their viewpoint. And we found our partner quite quickly. That it was the Municipal Museum in Horn, which quickly joined us and started working on this project named Fall of the Iron Curtain. So the first activity was an event for the general public and for families with kids. It was called Life Behind the Iron Curtain. That was done in that area that you see on the PowerPoint presentation right now. Then the second one, we had common exhibitions on the Iron Curtain in both Horn and Brno, and the third activity was publishing a catalog related to those exhibitions. And of course it was not a cheap project, so we decided to ask for money for support from Interreg Austria, Czech Republic, Fund of Small Projects, which enabled us to fund the event Life Behind the Iron Curtain, also to launch and to publish both the Czech and the German version of the catalog. The event that was called Life Behind the Iron Curtain was or took place in April 2019. We are a playful museum, so that means that virtually everybody was taking part in this project, including our director, who dressed up in the field uniform, and he just told all the audience members to enjoy the event. So this event, Life Behind the Iron Curtain, included two scenes which took place at the replica that I mentioned, and they covered basically how the state frontier worked under communism and how you could or could not escape the country over the frontier. Our audience members saw how the border guards were trying to intercept anybody who tried to exit the country, and of course the way we did this was in a dignified manner. We tried to pay respect to those people who tried to escape the country, so it was certainly done in a tasteful manner, just to make sure. Then we also did a presentation of clubs of military history, focused on different periods of the 20th century, and this also included a performance by the K9 club Znojmo Novi Šaldorf, which included dog training. This event was primarily focused on families with kids, so we had families that could, focus on issues such as how we used to drive around, what we ate, how we dressed, how we lived, how we were housed, how we played, what we listened to, and all of this was also translated into German because it was an international project. Then we have the exhibition in the Municipal Museum in Horn. It was an exhibition called 30 years since the opening of the Iron Curtain in German, and part of this exhibition included the statements of Horn locals and their evaluation of the last 30 years without borders. And here we also talked about different engineering equipment on the border, and even the specific stories of people who tried to escape the country by crossing the Iron Curtain. The Brno Museum provided a lot of objects and photos related to the period. You can see this exhibition in Horn or you could see it until the 30th October 2019. It was an exhibition that was also covered by the state broadcaster ORF. So the third activity that I mentioned was the publishing of an expert catalog regarding the two exhibitions. It was published in both Czech and German. This catalog was written by 15 experts, 5 collaborating authors, and 3 opposing authors from both the Czech Republic and Austria. We divided this catalog into a part that contains scientific studies on the Iron Curtain, and the other part is the catalog part, which lists the content of both exhibitions, including photo documentation. We published 500 copies of both editions. These catalogs were then distributed into schools so that they can also complement education in schools, education related to this period of the 20th century. We had an official launch of this catalog, which took place in September 2019 in Brno, also in the presence of a number of important cultural and political personalities of our two regions. And here we have the fourth activity, which was the exhibition of the Technical Museum in Brno itself. It will be launched in a few days on the 11th of November. It's an exhibition called Iron Curtain 1948 to 1989. We focus here on the border between the Czech Republic and Austria. We will present a number of weapons, uniforms of the border guards and customs officers, the historical development of border protection, including how complicated it was to try and leave the country under socialism. We will also present a number of attempts at crossing the border, both successful and unsuccessful, and we will also focus on the Austrian take on this entire issue. This will be an exhibition that will last until May 2020. I would have more detailed information available, but I don't have time to go through it all. So I would just like to emphasize that this exhibition also complements the issue which we opened a few days ago, which was the forming of the Czechoslovak state in 1918 and also 1919, when we had soldiers coming in from the First World War, for whom the war was not yet over, and they had to fight for the new borders. It was kind of linked, therefore, to this exhibition that we are now launching because the two topics are partly related. Of course, in that exhibition you will also be able to see a number of interesting artifacts. We also digitalize a number of these, using them in this manner as well. And if you're interested, please come and visit us in Brno, the Technical Museum of Brno. We will be happy to see you at the opening or at any time later on. And of course, remember that we need to fight for freedom and democracy at all times.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to your exhibition as well. I'm sure all of us will come. I hope we will fit. And I'm really sorry that we have a bit of a time delay, so there won't be a discussion on this part of the conference. But as I mentioned, Mr. Jareš will participate in the panel discussion that's coming soon. So you can start sending your questions for the panel discussion for him. I think all of these presentations were very, very interesting. We can come back to them during the panel discussions. And I believe none of our speakers are leaving, so you can also approach them privately. Now I will give the floor to Zuzana Koblišková and Ms. Bubanova, who will introduce one of the workshops called You First. It's a permanent workshop, so they will present what this workshop is about. Good morning. I'm very glad that I can talk to you here today. This is a completely new stage for me because I'm from the world of technology, but I am very glad for this connection between the world of technology and art. So I'd like to introduce you to our experiment called You First experiment. You can find it on the conference website, which is, I think, icomconference.sng.sk. You will find a link to the You First experiment. We are using artificial intelligence, which is trying to read your emotions from your face while you are exposed to a work of art that were specifically curated for this event. And we will send you the results of the experiment later on. But the main mission of the experiment is to prove that creativity and art is the domain of humans and not of artificial intelligence. So we're not quite sure yet how it will go, but we're hoping to create a work of art that will be a combination of your personal preferences. So if you'll be able to see that if we only had art based on the personal preferences of all of us, it would be a huge mishmash. And we're curious about the result of the experiment. If you have any questions, I will be somewhere around at all times, so feel free to approach me and talk to me. Thank you very much for introducing one of these workshops. And now I would like to welcome you or invite you to our to a short break. We have 10 minutes. Please come back at 12. So please come back, everyone, especially the panel participants, because we will need you at 12 o'clock.
Sorry, so I will welcome you once again after the break. Some of you said that we are not certain what is going to happen next, so I will just explain it once again. So, when you click on that link, which is on the website of the conference, so you click on You First Experiment, and then you get into a testing mode where we prepare a 2 or 3 minute video, which is for using it properly, you need to launch your web camera. Of course, this is all in accordance with all legal GDPR-related provisions. And the moment the video starts, the camera will be recording your face, and then on the basis of how your facial muscles move, we can differentiate the 6 basic emotions, and then we will basically see what emotion that work of art or those works of art kickstart in your mind or in your emotions, in your feelings. And then we will measure that, and we will see an outcome of those measurements. And then the second line of this experiment is we will propose to you all the works of art from the web of art that we have that you could like, you personally, so they will be tailor-made to your supposed preferences based on that experiment. Thank you once again to the Slovak National Gallery for giving us the platform, or providing the platform of web umenia, the web of art, so that we can link up with those works of art which are included there, and hopefully we will have a lot of data available, and hopefully we can move that experiment further in the future. Good morning, dear friends and participants. Let me welcome you in the next part of our program today, and that will be the panel discussion. We want to assess the last 30 years, to have a look at how we from the former Eastern Bloc have used freedom in our museum work and what has changed in those 30 years in museum work. First of all, I would like to present and introduce the panel discussion participants. We have Helena Königsmarkova, who is the director of the Museum of Decorative Arts in Prague. Then next to her, we have Jakub Jareš from the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes. Then I would also like to welcome Martina Lemanova, the head of ICOM Czechia, who has finally reached her destination here today, and that makes us very happy. Then we have next to her Dr. Mrazova, who works for the Slovak National Museum. Next to her we have Elke Kellner, director of ICOM Austria. Next to her we have Dorota Folga Januszewska from the Museum of the Palace of King John III in Vilano. And then we have Radoslav Ragač, who is head of the Department of Cultural Heritage at the Ministry of Culture of the Slovak Republic. Dear guests, we have two groups of discussion participants here. One group is those who were active in museum work back before 1989, and those years perhaps formed a part of the main period of their work and of their career. And then we have a second group of younger participants who view those revolutionary years as perhaps a bit of history already, or perhaps they were young people back then, they were students, or whatever is the case in specific cases. So those of you who lived through 1989, who were already active in the museum world, could you please share your experiences? So first we have Helena Königsmarkova, the head of the Museum of Decorative Arts in Prague. You have been very present and active for decades now. So what is your story in museum work in relation to those revolutionary changes? Thank you. Good afternoon. If I take it year by year, or if I did take it year by year, we would be here for a very long time, so I'm not going to do that. But I already have this maybe instinct that I had. I have some purple clothes on, and the surroundings are also purple, so that was my instinct to put on this, but that's just a little joke. Anyway, the year 1989, I was already working in a museum, and I have to say that this year's anniversary, we reflected it in an exhibition we now have in our museum, which is called Pictures of the End of History. So this is an exhibition about the visual change of that period, and we realized all the things that were already being formed back in the 1980s under Perestroika. We'll probably come back to that topic later as well, talking about technologies. All of these were already somehow present in some initial stage. The question is, how would those technologies have developed if the history had gone otherwise? And I think that we would now be doing things differently. Perhaps we would be more even radical. So if I go back to the word velvet in velvet revolution, or tender revolution as we say in Czech and Slovak, perhaps we were too velvety and too tender. Sometimes the break I feel should have been even stronger, or certainly stronger, because in our case not a decolonization but detotalitarianization. Perhaps this is a task that is still in front of us, I sometimes have the impression. When it comes to me and my colleagues in our museum, I think we participated in all the events. We joined those protests, those rallies. Many of us signed pro-democracy petitions under the older regime back when we were young. So we already kind of stepped out of our comfort zone. Our director back then in the 1980s, he was warning us, watch out, take care, children, do not engage in risky activities. And then after 1989, we were thrown into the museum world, how to do museums better in a more open way towards the general public. And of course, we also don't forget the main subject of museums work, which is those artifacts, collecting them, taking care of them, presenting them. And for me, what was very important was to give more space to collections. That was one of the first exhibitions that we did, the history of the museum, starting in 1885, and more space for collections, and then a rehabilitation of the work of the museum. All the people who were perhaps hidden during communism, but then could be rehabilitated. Kaiser Franz Joseph I, for example. Then we also wanted to present personalities who had to leave or leave the country rather, and who were then successful elsewhere in Europe or in the world, especially in decorative arts, in photography. So that plan was going in different directions in a way, and thanks to this time I was able to go through all of this and to carry out those plans. We have a new depository which we have launched. We take better care of our collections. We have renovated the main building. We have plans of new exhibitions and so on. So I think that in terms of satisfaction, I think we are quite satisfied with what has been achieved, even though sometimes I feel how come that 30 years have already gone by. It feels quite quick, but I think we have done quite well, to be honest, and this period can also be described by the fact that I am already the ninth director of our museum since it was founded, and I have already been the one who has been in charge the longest. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but in those 30 years I have had the 20th Minister of Culture. So I think that also matches some of the conclusions that we will be talking about, namely interest in culture, unfortunately also in this case, is going down. People are less interested in presentation. It really is more of a technocratic situation, less of a general interest of the public. That's it from me. Thank you. I think that's also a good thing, because it just proves that politics do not have that much of an impact. They have left you there for all of 30 years, and you could meet your plans, because if the management changes all the time, it's hard to realize, to carry out the plan. So I think that's a good thing for the most part, to see your work of all this time. And then I have a similar question for Magdalena Mraz. You are head of the Department of History of Art, but also a curator, so you were not able to, she was not able to influence the work of our institution to the same extent as Helena. So how did you feel 1995? How did you see 1995? How did it change your career?
So I will maybe be a bit confrontational or revolutionary, because I was thinking about the topic that it's, velvet times, digital revolution after 30 years, and I posed a few questions to myself. And we're also celebrating in Slovakia and the Czech Republic because we do watch the Czech television, which is excellent. We have friends in Poland, in Austria, although they have a bit of a different outlook. So I'm asking, what is it about? Sometimes I feel like there was a Velvet Revolution that took place, and now it's been 30 years, and we're living our lives. Also in museums and in culture, everything seems to be fine. It's as if we fell into a place where we lack a historic continuity, which is a mistake, because we as cultural institutions, museums and galleries, if we do not follow the basic red thread that connects us to the ethos of 1989, I think the presence is dead. It's not live. So I think that's the fundamental question that we have to pose for ourselves. How much can we keep this message alive as institutions of culture? And then we have this issue of digitization, which is an amazing thing, advances and progress. But again, revolutionary question. If we had no 1989, maybe we would not have had any digitization in these regions, or maybe it would have been very marginalized. Maybe this would be dead zones like Upper Karabakh or something like that. So the impact of 1989 has been huge. And today, I think we're lacking a social balance. My colleague spoke very nicely about the cultural and political aspect that does have influence on the activities of museums and galleries, which is true. And I feel like during the 30 years in Slovakia, in the area of culture, we haven't made great strides. I think we're lacking a clear target, a clear vision of where we want to arrive. And with all due respect to all the previous and current ministers of culture and the ministry, I don't think we have a clear goal. And I'm not seeing a clear vision of European commonality and solidarity and joint ideals, even though we make fun of ideals today. So where are we going? And the idea of a European Union, unity, this is not just an economic issue. This is our culture. This is the basic backbone for us. And I think we lack this in our cultural institutions in Slovakia. We do not have a clear goal. It's, we keep changing directions. We keep taking 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, left and right. We make an error. We try to correct it. And I don't see an enthusiasm that we should have. I think this is our goal, the goal of museums and galleries and other cultural institutions. We should be fighting for this vision because it is worth it. And it has to do with digitization and modern technologies. We're seeing a huge threat of disinformation. So in this field, we should try and make our voice clearer, so that it is heard clearly, and we should speak clearly also for our young people, because everyone is, there is a flood of disinformation and even just plain untruths, and this shapes our lives, and we're living in B. So I think we are not doing enough in this field, and this is a huge mistake that we'll have to pay for. So really, in the field of modern technologies, I think we could do more. We can use modern technologies, Slovak National Museum, Slovak National Gallery. These are institutions, speaking of us in Slovakia, that do not have sufficient social weight, social pull. They should have national status. So when we say something, it should have a significance, and we should take stands, very clear stands. So we have projects, partial things, but it's not, I think, what's expected of institutions with at a scale as ours. And I would also like to quote Václav Havel, who, during his first presidential speech, and I'm of course paraphrasing, so I'm not here to lie to you. This country is not flourishing, and that's what I want to say. Slovakia in the area of culture is not flourishing at all, because if it flourished, we wouldn't have the current situation, the terrible political situation that we have today, where we see basic moral values and just being decent and justice undermined. And this is one of the roles of culture and one of our roles as institutions of culture. So I believe in future. I believe it's maybe time for another digital velvet revolution that should be spearheaded by the young generation, who hopefully will do their utmost to take us on the right journey, and I'm very excited about it. Thank you. And now I'd like to ask Mr. Ragač, because we heard a very slight dig at the Ministry of Culture. Would you maybe like to defend yourself? So a wise politician said that you cannot change the nation, exchange the nation for a different one. So this is what Slovaks maybe are in terms of culture, but I don't think things aren't that bad. Fero Mikloško once told me this very nice thing. We were speaking like two standard Slovaks. You know, Mr. Director, you cannot fight against Slovaks. When you think you've lost everything, 3 Slovaks will come out of the woods. So even though we do not have a national history exposition, which is very, very rare in Europe, we do not have this, but maybe it will be better one day if we have it. So maybe some processes take longer with us Slovaks, but I don't think it's quite as bad. And maybe we're also hypercritical towards us. And I think that these two institutions, National Gallery and National Museum, are very visible. And I do not wish to leave my colleagues open to this criticism. And yes, the political culture is terrible, that's true. But in the world of galleries and museums, I think it's clear that we should have done a lot more in terms of so-called back office, in terms of preservation of the collections, the environment, the objects. So yes, this is where we are lagging. We have a lot to do in this area. So if I could go back to the topic of the conference. Of course, also because of my age, I was a middle schooler during 1989, and Zvolen was full of information, and there were meetings. So I wasn't an active worker at that time, but I wouldn't be a pessimist like that. I think a part of the ideals has remained within ourselves. Thank you. Now I would like to ask Dorota Folgajnoszewska, who's lived the changes in Poland and the talks of solidarity with the communists. So, at which point of your professional life were you at that time? And maybe you could speak against what Magda said, that if we didn't have the revolution, we wouldn't have had digitization. So, what are your thoughts on this?
Answer in a very short time. The situation in Poland was a little bit different because everything started to be changing in late 70s and practically in 1981 when Solidarity movement was on, everything was on. And I have been starting to work in the museum at the turn of 70s and 80s, and I remember that the first thing the new director wanted to do, it was the input of electronic inventory, it was called that time in the mid of 1980s. And I must say, yes, we did it. And we did it in the worst time, not observing the political aspect of the things. But when I was listening to all of you, and I was listening yesterday and today discussion, I think that 4 points should be stressed in this process, this parallel process between a new way of information and great political change in this Central Europe. Of course, when we are looking 30 years after this turn of 80s and 90s, it was also the great turn of the quality of information in media in all over the world. So it had to be some reason for that. 4 points I would like to stress in looking or considering these passing years. First is the value of information. It's important for museums, but it's important for all around the world. Absolutely many things changed. I don't think only about social media. I don't think only about the public information, but I think whole activity nowadays is thanks to digital information, but also risk of disinformation, and how my students at the academy called fakeology. So this fakeology is new risk we should fight with. And it is one thing important. Second, somehow connected with it is security. Because working in museums and planning new museums, thanks to digitalization, we have another view into the problem of security. It's not only physical security, political security, it's also security of information. So the third thing changed deeply is documentation. My museum, for instance, there will be the presentation of Eric Wunsch afternoon. My museum is scanning 3D the whole architecture and making a great task to digitize each little element for the present time, for the future. So this kind of documentation never existed in the past, but in the same time we know of billions of files taken 20 years ago, which are more or less disappearing because of the value, because of the information and the technical reason. And this loss of information is also a kind of thing we should think over nowadays. And the fourth aspect of these great changes, which I find extremely important in the museum, is kind of advanced research in museums in many different fields. For instance, conservation. When we observed how the conservation of different museum objects were realized in the past, we noticed that artists, conservators, different persons did something on the object. Nowadays, we are preparing or we are doing digital conservation. It means we don't touch the object. We scan the object and we try, according to research, to change the digital file to have a visualization of what we would like to see. So finally, visualization, it's something I think we work every day with, and this visualization is very risky because if it is without commentary, without words, without discussion, it might be turning not in a good direction. maybe, being a museologist, we should found the Museum of Digitization nowadays, because I think it is high time to know how this procedure were changing. But I think we are living in a very specific documentary time. But I'm not quite sure if we have the politics of digitization, if we have the politic of information, if we really know what we would like to keep for a longer time, because to keep everything is certainly impossible. So that's my short view into the 30 years.
Ďakujem pekne.
Posledných 30 rokov. Thank you very much.
Reakcia na ten
That's perhaps also the reaction to the presentation of Mr. Dolak, who was saying that we are digitizing everything and then we don't know what to do with the information. Another topic that we want to focus on is social media, their use, their misuse. And I would like to ask these questions especially of the younger generation. So Elke, for example, what about Austria? How do you work with the phenomenon of social media in Austria?
Thank you, Jasna. In 1989, I was just 16, so I was in school, and we didn't have the internet yet, so I don't know how that all worked out for us. So it was much more difficult to obtain information. Now social media is in our daily lives. Big museums in Austria, like I'm sure it's the same in Prague or in Bratislava. In Austria, the Albertina, the Kunsthistorische Museum, the Leopold Museum, they're big players on Instagram. They're trying to develop their big own social media campaign. So this is really important nowadays to promote exhibitions, to promote museums, and to get in touch with the visitors. For the Austrian Museum Day in 2015 that we had in Vienna, we launched a little campaign saying good museum, bad museum. I just brought the card with me. We put it in different museums all over Vienna, and we asked the visitors what were their good experiences and what were their bad experiences in a museum. What do they like, what do they not like in a museum? So this social media can be a very, very direct way to interact with our visitors and support also creative ways to communicate. Another big aspect that developed during the last 10 years around is that many museums have developed special apps or virtual reality experiences for their visitors, apps to provide more information on the go, like that the visitor can be in the exhibition and access additional information to read about what's the content of the exhibition. So visitors can get the information whenever they want it. They don't have to be in the museum. They can read at home before they come. They can read afterwards when they're at home, and they can access it when they're in the museum, because we all have Wi-Fi here. So on the other side, it must be considered that these technologies should be useful to the cause. What do I mean with that? I think it's very important to use and to make a good use of those technologies, and not maybe just to play around or to show off what's possible. Maybe a good example is the Jewish Museum in Vienna, where I have our ICOM office. They developed a virtual reality project about the destroyed synagogues in Vienna that were destroyed by the Nazis. And they developed this virtual reality experience to see those synagogues and how they looked like, how the architecture looked like. So you can see something that doesn't exist anymore. And maybe, you know, the Ars Electronica Festival in Linz, every year in September, they show off lots of different projects where science and arts work together. And there are many ways you can incorporate such information projects into exhibitions. The internet was mentioned. It's a potential, I think, for democratizing information. Many people can access information anyway, but as it was mentioned also, there's a big potential of disinformation. For the campaigns we have seen, for the Brexit campaigns, you know, the infamous Cambridge Analytica that was able to strategically influence people to vote in the way they preferred, and people were provided with fake information and disinformation, and we ended up, maybe, it's not definite yet, but we're still in the process to lose Great Britain for the European Union. And I think the European Union is a very important project for us, all of us, to work together in the cultural field, of course in the political field, but I think to work together is really to transgress borders, and you really have to do projects together, you really have to get to know each other, work together, that you can transgress those borders in your head, in your feeling. Also, it doesn't suffice to just say we have open borders now if we don't visit each other and don't work together with it. Coming back to the social media, I think some people might say it's like a social media craze. People just are hunting for the best picture in the exhibitions. They don't look at the exhibition anymore. They don't look at the picture anymore. For once you have the opportunity to see the original. You stand in front of the Mona Lisa, and what you do, you just point your iPhone and take a picture instead of looking. So that might be criticized. But on the other side, there might be a backlash also. I think people are trying to experience also museums as offline spaces where they can spend time without the pressure of being online constantly and without having to communicate instantly. So that might be another field that museums can have. And of course, something that really changed and social media is transporting it is the critical function of museums. I think the importance of museums in the context of the social role of museums, the role of museums for our societies to bring up different issues about feminism, about colonialism, about the protection of our environment. Those are core topics we have now, and those are heavily discussed. And I think this is very important. And a third thing I wanted to mention is that kind of difficulty or discrepancy you have between the interest of museums visitors to come and take pictures, to see those blockbuster exhibitions. You have the big Leonardo exhibition in the Louvre everybody wants to go to, and this aspect of over-tourism, that many more people are coming to museums that used to come to museums. And on the other side, how can we really provide people and visitors with those interests in our exhibitions and to go into those more deeply and discuss the topics that were shown there. Thank you.
Ďakujem. Okay. Ja by som sa teraz možno spýtala aj Martiny Lemanová.
Thank you. Another question for Martina Lemanová, as the director of Lidice Museum. What your experience is with these topics as well? You don't have to focus on the topic that you will be presenting afterwards, but what your experience is.
Dobrý den, vážené dámy, vážení pánové.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy that this conference has been organized, and I will perhaps run away a little bit from your question about social media and then come back later, but the topic that is under discussion in these 2 days, the one thing that is most interesting for me is how in these 30 years the information value or the value of information has changed. And if we talk about museum work in the future, this is a fundamental question, because as museum workers, our main work activity is taking care of the objects in our collections, whether they are material or not, and those are non-material ones. That's the information. This is something that we need to know, and we need to decide ourselves how to transfer that information. And if I compare it to the situation from 30 years ago, it's really quite a big change. Unlike the situation of 30 years ago, we're now in a situation where information does not have a lot of value because there is information all around us of different type, high quality information, low quality information, true information, untrue information. And the task of museums, which still are institutions that are trusted by the general public, well, their task is to be able to present information which we work with in the best possible way, in a high quality way, in the most truthful way. I don't know if that's the appropriate expression, most truthful. You know, the truth can also be, or can take many forms perhaps, but we should also strive for this as well, certainly. So this is the topic of working with information. That should also be our target. And coming back to social media, we have different experience, of course. Museums are trying to work with all types of social media. Sometimes it goes better, sometimes not so much. And in our Lidice memorial, I have experience that shows that one thing which is very interesting about society today, this information is the thing that people respond to most of all. So those really get a strong reaction, this information. And that's something that surprises me when I work in the Lidice Memorial. And this has happened several times during the last year. So as museum workers, we also need to think about this. We need to influence the general public so that they do not share just disinformation, but that they be able to perceive also those things which are closer to what we call the truth, and to what sometimes can be perceived by the general public as something similar to the truth. Okay, so what do you mean by this? You want to be even more aggressive on social media so that we can beat the disinformation? Well, that's a good question, and it's a difficult question. I don't know the answer. Mr. Jaresh, you observe the work of museums from the outside. You are more of a historian. You don't work in the museum itself, but you help museums create exhibitions from the modern period, from modern history. Of course, the closer we are to the present, the more information we have about an era. So what is your key when you choose what to exhibit or select for modern history exhibitions? Thank you for your question. It's of course a very complex question. You're really asking what makes a museum and a good museum. For me, a main criterion when I think about the museum situation is for the situation to have one quality, which is to be able to change the visitor. To give you an example, if I see an exhibit or a text or anything that is the result of the curator's work, as a visitor, I should then leave that object having changed inside, whether by finding a new piece of information, or perhaps reassessing my values, or perhaps my memory has changed in respect to some event. So that would be a general answer to the question what museums should be doing. They are not here to just inform their visitors, to just throw up, if I can put it this way, their collections on the visitor and let the visitor work it out, but I should be the one who wants to who should think about how I want to change that visitor. Of course, you cannot always achieve that because the visitors are free people, and they might understand things differently than they were intended. But if there is no intent of change, then that's lacking from my point of view. Thank you very much. So the time is now over for our panel discussion. Unfortunately, just a question: do we have any questions from the audience? We have a lot of interesting guests here, so if you have anything that you would like to ask from the audience, please raise your hand. If there are no questions, that's okay too. We'll probably have to reassess everything that has been said. We have 2 more days to come with a lot of breaks and social events as well. So thank you once again for coming here, for introducing yourselves to our participants. Thank you for your words, and then enjoy the lunch. Bon appetit.
Tak prajeme príjemné odpoludne.
I wish you a very good afternoon. A heartfelt welcome to this second afternoon block of the conference, which bears the name Digital Strategies of Museums and Galleries. And please allow me to welcome the gentleman who will lead this block, former very successful head of the Slovak ICOM and a fantastic curator of the Slovak National Gallery, Mr. Dušan Buran. So I now give the floor to him, and I'm looking forward to hearing our next presentations. Just briefly in Slovak, welcome. It's an honor for me to lead this section of the conference. And since we're also streaming live, I think it might be easier to switch to English. Vítajte na druhej časti našej konferencie. Moje meno je Dušan Buran a ja budem predsedať tomuto.
There is an announcement to make. Well, no piece of gold has been found like yesterday in the evening. The organizer asked me to remind you of the Slido. So if you go to slido.com and put this password there, you will be able to ask the question even during the presentations. So don't hesitate, try to log in and send us the questions, because the discussion will be after the last paper of the session. So in order not to forget what about the first paper was, it would be good to collect all the questions. Perhaps we will not answer all of them, but at least we will have a base which will be provided for future discussions. And some of the most interesting we will be able to ask here. That's it for announcement. And in connection with these, there will not be service of micro going through the room because of that. So it's very useful task to do it through Slido. Okay, thank you. I thought it must have been some joke when the ICOM Slovakia asked me to chair the session entitled Digital Strategy for Museums and Galleries as a curator of medieval collection. But perhaps we can survive with this irony, and without doing like big introduction to this session, I would ask the first speaker, Michael Faber, to take his place. And before he does so, maybe some words to his personality, which you can also find in your conference materials. He was a scientific assistant at the Institute für Volkskunde at the Universität in Bonn. And then later he worked at the Open Air Museum in Kommern. I would need some geographical orientation to know what Kommern is.
It's the most famous museum in Germany. It's in the near of Cologne and Bonn.
Thank you. But the most important function and the reason why we invited Michael is that he's working in a group well known to many of you under ICOM wings, which is AVICOM, so-called AVICOM, that stands for International Committee for Audiovisual New Technologies and Social Media. And his paper has the title No Future Without Instavoc and Visual Reality with question mark. And there is, at least in the abstract, is a promise of some provoking thoughts about the topic, and we are looking forward to your paper. Bitte schön.
Thank you very much, dear colleague Buran. Yes, no future without Instawork and visual reality. I want to talk a little bit about Avicom at first, and then of the relation between museums and new media. Dear Jasna Gabrova, dear colleagues, at first I thank you very, very much for your invitation. I'm honored to be able to contribute to this, in my opinion, very important conference. And I'm also pleased to be given the opportunity to represent as chair my international ICOM committee, Avicom, in the future. Avicom wants to intensify its exchange with the ICOM national committees. I'm already looking forward to the beginning of a marvelous friendship between Avicom and ICOM Slovensko, as well as, of course, the other committees represented in this conference. Dear colleagues, let us remember, when opened a new exhibition or organized a museum event in the early 1990s, we received praise, criticism, and suggestions from the audience by a few phone calls, letters, or perhaps even a fax. Everything was, for the most part, in a respectful and polite form. The correspondence was so manageable that the museum director had plenty of time to read and personally answer the mail. Wasn't that nice? Avicom was born into this easy world that was largely analog in 1991. Also, the digital age emerged on the horizon, and the World Wide Web had already been around since the late 1980s. But only gradually did computers find their way into museums. They were used primarily for administrative tasks, for editing, for exhibitions and publications, even maybe for stock taking. In these years of Avicom's puberty, it was necessary to navigate through a changing world and to develop visions. In his lectures, Marco Tonon, first president of Avicom, dreamed of a global network of museums. In fact, the first Avicom conferences focused on technical issues related to audiovisual and application of computers. Avicom focused on the suitability of video formats such as U-matic and Betacam, as well as the pros and cons of data carriers such as Laserdisc, compact disc, and digital video disc. Avicom presented innovative analog technologies for audiovisual applications in media, libraries, public access to data, such as in France via Minitel. Avicom also dealt with issues of conservation, restoration, and securing the traditional image carriers such as slides or color photos. Last but not least, Avicom also focused on how audiovisual media could be used to design exhibitions. Certainly, Avicom is pursuing these goals to this day. However, since the beginning of the so-called second digital revolution after the turn of the millennium, which is characterized by a mega trend of digitization, Avicom analyzes more and more trends in digital applications, websites, interactive media, and others. Increasingly, the social media is also an issue for Avicom. Let's look at the reactions to our exhibitions and events today. Instead of phone calls or letters, we receive emails. Therefore, you need neither paper nor envelope nor stamps. You even do not have to bring it to the post office. An email costs nothing. What you feel right now is written down in seconds, and that reaches its addressee instantly, directly. Even if there are many, the addressee can respond to them promptly. And we get reactions via social media. That's totally different with emails, because we first have to research what is posted about us. Such research costs time. The messages can quickly jump over. We need to be able to react quickly and effectively, especially if the posts are negative. Before we post responses or posts, the content must be well considered and formulated to avoid mischief. A single unfortunate clumsiness can have fatal consequences, like the tweet, you remember, of the Jewish Museum Berlin, which recommended an article as a must-read. In this article, Jewish scientists criticized the statement of the German government: boycott calls against Israel are anti-Semitic. Through this tweet, the Central Council of Youth in Germany betrayed its interests. The press officer of the museum was dismissed, and the director resigned. The power that social media can have on museums is shown by another example. Several years ago, some German museums announced on their websites that they would grant asylum seekers free admissions to their institutions. They wanted to make it easier for them to access to the culture of their host country. Within few hours, these museums experienced a storm of indignation. Not only that their mailboxes filled with bad emails, hundreds of angry taxpayers and enemies of the German asylum policy, who finally saw the fall of the West in favor of the Occident, posted on Facebook their hate-filled barroom slogans. The museums were not prepared for such a shitstorm. The normal routine work with urgent tasks was interrupted. Crisis sessions were called out. Now it was time to make no mistakes in answering the shitstorm. Immediately, the museum directorates had to find solutions in strong coordination with the museum operators, as well-reasoned arguments should be answered in a friendly and respectfully way. But it was just surprising that soon an army of those who had been inspired by the new entry regulations started a counter-attack on Facebook. Many users posted 5 stars out of sympathy for the museum's decisions. Many sympathizers who had never before visited the museum announced now their visit. Both the shitstorm and the so-called candy storm show similarities. It was about frustration and why intolerance, tolerance, society, politics, and general worldview. It was not about the services of the affected museums. The storm has shown to the museums what power many people can exert on them when they use the power of social media. It transcends us if we do not control it. But we only can use social media not only for marketing of museums. Social media offer great opportunities for public participation in museum work. After all, the audience no longer wants to be just the recipient of museum work, but wants to actively shape it, and fortunately, digitally. Digitization and participation are trends that fit together. Participation of the public can give our cultural institutions a tremendous potential of opinions and expertise, even of cultural objectifications that were previously hidden in private spheres. The gathering of opinions, the discourse on an exhibition theme via digital forums, the inclusion of witness in contemporary historical projects and exhibitions should make even greater use of museums. That's a little bit too early. Participation of the public by contributions on Instagram and YouTube expresses itself in a special way. Taking a look at these contributions by visitors, one discovers motives characterized by subjective perceptions. The curiosity or handsomeness of things, the atmosphere and personal feelings are expressed more in these posts than the intentions of museums' mediation. Selfie posts often show emotional constellations between visitors and objects with no apparent meaningfulness. It's about own memory and self-expression. Of course, some museums also invite visitors to take such selfies by providing special scenes, like here in my museum, the Rhenish Open Air Museum. This museum offered last year golden frames to make pictures in the museum's area. How can museums themselves influence? Here another situation. Selfie action in my museum in this year. It was offered in an event so-called Zeitblende, also time machine, where we had a look back to 1968, and in this year, you remember that Yoko Ono and John Lennon spent a week in bed for peace, and the visitors of the museum had the chance to do it also, and maybe you can see that in this moment I'm being in the bed. How can museums themselves influence with their own contributions on their perception? Do museums pursue their own online presentations of visual material clearly on the self-image and concepts tailored to their core tasks? Or does not the spontaneous idea of a museum director or his public relation manager decide what could one put online? Museum made for Instagram? Does the photographic genius of exhibits have to go beyond anything? The wrong lighting, the dust on an exhibit, a beautiful event, but marked by deserted. Posted by visitors, such photos can contribute to anti-advertising. It may be that museums have to pay more attention than ever to photogenicity. But does everything really have to be photographed? Meaningfulness, theme, and exponential justice of many Instagram actions initiated by museums have to be questions. For example, by my opinion, the so-called Insta-walks, which are carried out with great effort, but generate hardly any visitors' numbers. Even if the museums harvest online for a few smileys, is a like in a social media the main thing? In her contribution in the German well-known newspaper Die Zeit, Larissa Kiekol detected absurd developments when museums rely on the power of social media. The museum as a place where perceptual habits must be fulfilled unconditionally. Even in museums, the smartphone has become a device of perception. But it may therefore annoy guests in exhibitions as much as in the open-air concert if their analogous view of the original, here on the smile of the Mona Lisa, and there on the far off-stage ragging Mick Jagger, is denied by a variety of highly held devices. Couldn't it be nice to discover the museum as a declared smartphone-free refuge of contemplation outside of a digital world? Or must we bring our smartphones using an app for understanding the exhibits? Personally, I see the overflow of museum applications as somewhat critical. Is the museum app really a must-have? Many apps are simply superfluous. If an app is nothing more than a guide through an exhibition, it is obsolete. An exhibition has to be designed that it works without an app. But even an app provides the opportunity to contextually explore an exhibit, for example, using augmented reality without actually losing sight of it. This may be helpful, more helpful than any virtual reality app which eliminates the visual experience of the exhibit itself. How contemporary is the museum app? Or should it not be terminated completely? From the museology, we hear critical sounds such as the costs and benefits. The deployment of an app takes as 4-digit to 5-digit euro amount, but if there are only maybe 1,500 downloads, it means an irresponsible investment in every download. And apps can, by my opinion, split visitors into preferred and disadvantaged. Can a visitor find out more about an exhibit simply because he uses the app? Can the visually impaired use the app as well as other people? Do apps reduce or build barriers? And in principle, does the app in permanent use in an exhibition distract from the exhibits? It has been proven that apps are rarely used in museums because they are often cumbersome. For preparing a museum visit, the internet, the museum's website, remains the premium choice. In the museum, the classic audio guide still enjoys wide acceptance because it is practical. In the meantime, a lot of museums, such as Centre Pompidou, in Centre Pompidou in Paris, have uploaded their informations to the so-called SoundCloud. With this application, people can download audio guides directly for several museums. Also, the Jewish Museum New York has chosen the SoundCloud and, by the way, disabled all its previous apps. Let me finally take a look into the future. We have to be aware. We have to be aware. The lifetime of all digital product is limited in any case. All previous digital media are not as consistent as Stone Age murals and writings on parchment. So let's be on the alert. For example, an exclusive digital documentation of cultural assets is irresponsible in my view. The most conservative way is the most durable. In the project European Time Machine, or Europe Time Machine, experts from different universities and other scientific institutions and also museums are exploring alternative storage options that are most consistent. Is DNA our code of life, the drug of choice? We find these DNA traces in 750,000 years old fossil finds. Since the 1980s, DNA has been artificially synthesized. DNA is binary code compatible, allowing the transmission of digital data. Experts estimate that DNA storage is likely to be 1 million times more efficient than computer storage. We will see when Avicom will again expand its name, perhaps to DN Avicom. In the meantime, we should get used to a more critical approach to the use of digital media. Of course, digital media can provide valuable input for understanding cultural heritage. But in the end, it is a good analog documentation, presentation and mediation what counts. For this, we need more posts for good staff. Couldn't that be funded from the budget we otherwise spent on digital waste? The visitor is also pleased when he is looked after by qualified personnel in the museum from person to person. Thank you very much. Potagorvania.
Thank you. I think you have touched a lot of very hot issues of contemporary museology, and I've seen there are some questions already. I have plenty of questions then, and I will be happy to discuss them after the whole block. To give now the floor to the next speakers, and we will then meet here all together and try to divide the questions for each of you. Thank you very much. The next paper will be delivered by Eric Bunch, who is a Polish colleague from Museum Kassel in Villanov, which is quite known to many of us because I think 1 year ago we were in Villanov, the Polish colleagues hosted one one of very interesting conferences. And at that point, some of us had indeed the opportunity to visit your tiny 3D digital unit in the castle, and also some kind of live presentation of scanning the historical rooms of the museum of the castle. I don't think you are going to speak about this, but it was very impressive to see how far the Vilanov Castle is in the 3D technology, which is not the case perhaps, with some exceptions, with the Slovak museums. I don't know which the other colleagues, which are the experience there. But I hope we will learn something new from your presentation, which is like truly Shakespearean, to be or not to be a proper digital strategies for museums. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for kindly introduction, and it's a big honor to be here. And yeah, it's a bit Shakespeare because it's dramatic from many different reasons. And if we talk today about the 30 years of digitalization, I hope that no one doubt it's something we need and we can't avoid. But if you expect that I will give you some simply solutions, you will be for sure disappointed, because it doesn't exist simple solutions in what we do. And we are in much more complicated situation, like the libraries, for example, because of the diversity of the objects we have. We must care, and because actually every single museum is different and needs a different politic and different strategy for the digitalization. For example, if you have a historical museum, not a new gallery, very important is how to manage the space, how to talk to people about this space, mostly very complicated, connected with many buildings, with gardens, with a lot of overlapping historical layers. It's something we are not able to talk about in the exhibition, because then we'll need like a lot of words, a lot of panels or things like that. And here is the place for the digital media. And if I sometimes hear these words, virtual museum, I'm just sick, because I think that it's not our duty to build something parallel to the real museum, we should use the technical possibilities to enrich what we can propose for the people in the museum before, during, and after the visit in our museum. This is our duty. So, for example, for some historical museums, very nice can be using the geographical information systems, because then any data they have in the databases will be structured with the georeferences. And for example, if you have a park, you can have a very specific information for every tree, for every structure. It's good for some navigation things for visitors, but also how to manage that. Inside, if you have buildings with very rich decorations, using the GIS system allows you to structure this space. And for example, here we see the three walls of one of the cabinets in our palace, and every of the elements is single accord in the database. And how you can see here, you can go easily for the short description and then go deeper and deeper in many layers of information. And is accessible to the internet site. Then it's
today one of the speakers, Mr. Dolak, have give this provocative question: is digitalization for museum professionalists or for the public? Should be for both. So I can accept situation when we will make the digitalization process just to show something for the kids, for example, and we will decide, okay, we don't need especially high accuracy because it's, bless you, for the good, it's just for the kids, so it's just for the overall vision. And then after 2 or 3 years, we'll scan the same object because we need to support some conservation works. And what we do to catch, it's just, we talk about to create some icon for the visual recognition. So like just photo for the inventarization system, because then we have just a 2D photo and it's enough. All of us know how the four horsemen of apocalypse look like. So for the recognition, for visualization, it's enough. But if you want to catch specific purposes of some, this specific page, this was printed 400 or 500 years ago. To catch this speciality, the second and third aspects, aesthetical and technical, you need much more. And for example, here you see the 3D documentation of the graphic print made with 2,500 points for square millimeter, so you can measure the deepness of the print. And here in this visualization, you see this one particular page with a different positioning of the virtual lighting. So you can see this page like you have the access to the real one. And to the real one you can't have access because this book since 50 years is in the storage because it's 40 graphics in one book, and because of the conservation reasons, never that can be shown for the publicity for longer than 1 week in 50 looks, so it's half dark. But to do something like that, you need equipment and some special technology. And so what I can do, I can try to talk about things you shouldn't do. So for example, the worst thing I think that can be done is to buy on the first place the equipment. Someone buy the equipment and then start to think, oh, what I can do with this equipment. Second terrible thing is just produce today the data. If you buy the laser scanner, so time of flight laser scanner, you can produce the hundreds of gigabytes data every day. It's very simple to use, but with the scanning with the time of flight scanner, the most crucial point is to know where to place this scanner and how to connect the measurement that was made from the many directions and then build the one solid model. And it's something, it's not so easy. Then maybe you want to show something that has gone to the past. For example, here you see the documentation of one of the rooms in the King's Palace in Wilanów, and that is staged from the 2009. After then, that was a very dense conservation project, and all the colors and a bit of the shape was changing in need to trying to come back to the previous stage. And now you can go inside with a mobile device which positioning a place what you observe in that time, and on display you see the documentation that was made 10 years ago. And then you can confront what work was done by the conservator for public money and what decision was done by the museum and by the conservators to make this conservation in that and not on the completely other way. Is how we can use the data. But to have data good enough for some purposes, it's also many times a technical challenge. So for example, here you see the robotic arm system with the structural light scanning head that scanning one part of the wall after another, just to creating the very dense model of the whole room. And it's of course not need to scan every room like that. Why we decide, in particular in Wilanów, to use that technology in that way? Because we have some rooms that are impossible to give them access to this room for the visitors, because they are small, for example, 5 meters and 6.5 in high, and it's with very rich decoration, and it's built not in enfilade, just you can only, to go to the next room you must go to the one, it's also closed. So what we can do is just stay the open doors and people can just look inside. But it's one of the wonderful pieces, and it's impossible to see that in that way. So we decide to, for this special room, to create the documentation with 100 points per square millimeter. It means that in shape we can see any changing of the surface that is bigger than 0.2 millimeter. And here you see the system during the measurements, and every time with every technology, it doesn't exist something like the perfect technology. Every technology has some advantages and some limitations. And if you will talk with people from the companies, they will talk only about the advantages. They will not say you any single word about the limitations. The limitations you will discover self when you build the equipment. And for example, for the structural light scanning, you must have the completely dark. And because of that, one of the advices, I think it's a very nice idea, is cooperation between the museum and the high schools. In our case, since 12 years, we work together, the museum in Wilanów with the Warsaw University of Technology. And my laboratory used many different 3-dimensional measurement technologies, but one of that, the structural light scanning, we discover and improve every year in cooperation with the Warsaw Technical University. So because of that, thanks to that, we have the equipment, they didn't exist on the open market. To talk about, to know what you want to do with the data, first you must talk with all people in the museum, because the digital data will be needed for the education, like here in these purposes, 3D print, it's used for the education of kids, of the half-blind people. It's very nice, it's very helpful, it's discover completely new worlds of the possibilities. But for example, to make the real good print, you need the really exact data about the shape. Much more detailed than if you want just to put the model into the Sketchfab, so for the internet presentation. Here you have another example. It's how to enrich the exhibition. Here is the small exhibition Wilanów Microcosmos that was about the presentation of the species of the ceramic, and we have shown the ceramic sculpture from the Meissen workshop, and in case, and like 2 meters behind, that was a print made according to our 3D documentation, and this print in scale 1:1, any people can come and touch kids and helping people. Even the normal people was very interesting, because it's something that normally it's not able in the museum and people want it. It's completely different experience. Another things, maybe you want tracking the aging processes in your museum. For example, to check if the conservation work you have done to the 5-6 years, it's will be stable in the time. And for example, here we're checking the places on the elevation of our palace about 10 years after the finishing the heavy conservation works, and we use some markers, and some places like 15 for 15 centimeters measure 3 times a year, 12 places like that, in the crucial points of our elevation, and then we compare this data in the mathematical way to see the differences and how the materials react for the weather changing, for the chemical stuff that we have in the air, and so on. So you must talk with conservators, which data they need, which accuracies they need, with the educators, with the management people, because, for example, GIS is in many cases for them, with the inventarizators. And other thing, very important, if you can go for automatization. Because, okay, it's nice to make some project with new technology, but we don't talk about the toys. We need tools. So if I need tool, I can have like 10 technicians to operate one equipment. I need one technician, they can operate 10 equipments, because then I can scan hundreds of objects and not one in the week. And here you see the system that was projected and built in Wilanów for documentation of the canvas paintings, and it's work totally automatically, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. We can control it then to the internet, so even from home. And very important things, you must know what kind of data you need. Because if you are focusing on showing the objects in the internet, a very good platform is Sketchfab, because it's worldwide, and you will be able to upload the models up to 4 million triangles, so it's something. And here you see the one of the furnitures from our museum. And it's a photogrammetric documentation. It's much faster than structural light scanning, much cheaper. You can build a model in like 1.5 days. For some purposes in Sketchfab, it's enough. If you made give for the 3D shape the texture, the good texture, that will look like very realistic. In the technology that is used by the companies, they made video games or the movies. But if we remove from this model this photographic layer, you see that the shape is very generated, is very simplified. So for example, for data like that, you will be not able to print that in good quality. Other things, if you can, so I've been responsible for developing one of the 3D technologies, but I assure you, if you can avoid 3D, do it. Use 3D technology only then if you are completely convinced that it must, that it's some solution that really will change you something. If you are not convinced, don't go in 3D, use 2D. For example, here is RTI documentation, which is perfect technology for showing some structures of the surfaces of the objects. And it's much cheaper and much faster than 3D and much easier to showing for the people. But sometimes, if you, for example, need to support the conservation works, you really need very precise information about the shape. And here you see the 3D model scan with 2,500 points per square millimeter, so it's 20 microns about. And it's a bronze application from one of our furniture, and so resolution you need, for example, to catch the traces of the tools. And having the data like that, you can, for example, wonderful way support their construction works. I know what I told about because for my first education I'm a conservator of arts. And next very important thing is the quality control. So if you know what you need to digitize with which accuracy, then you switch for choosing the technology. If you choose the technology, then on the last step you choose the equipment. And then you decide how to make the control, quality control, and not on the end of the process, just from the first day. Because if you have like 2 years long project and after 1 year you discover that something is wrong, you will be not able to repeat all these measurements you have made during the half of the year. 2 minutes? Okay, thank you. And for example, it's 30 years of digitalization, but still we have problem even with the good color management for the flat objects. So it's a very challenging. And you can also use the different targets to check not only the colors, but also the other things of aspects of the digitalization, like optical resolution. And it's end of the presentation, but if I have 1 minute more, I want to show you very quickly this is, for example, RTI. So it's look like a classic 2D photography, but you can very freely manipulate with the lighting. You can switching the rendering mode. So, for example, here it's a part of the furniture before the conservation, and you so good see the difference between different lac layers. And for example, here you have the same parts after the conservation work, so you see the difference, and you can observe how, for example, these parts have changed during the conservation works, and it's not many data. The file like that, it's about 90 megabytes. And also, creating the documentation like that, you can show people things that it's not other way to show them, even if they will come to your museum. Because into that room you can allow to go inside for 4 or 5 people maximal, and always with the conservator. Thank you very much for your attention, and if any of you have some questions, I will be to the end of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric, for your paper and also for keeping the time, because the questions coming through Slido, we are surprised how it works. And we go immediately to the next presentation, which is made by rather collective of colleagues, of Italian colleagues, but which will be presented by Sara Dominic Orlandi, who we welcome here and ask to take the floor. But I think we should at least name the colleagues who prepared the presentation. You will also have the names in your brochure. That would be Gianfranco Calandra, Vincenza Ferrara, Anna Maria Marras, Sara Radice, Enrico Eraldo Betracchini, Valentino Nizzo, and Tiziana Maffei. And we are, well, first of all, I have to be jealous about ICOM Italy, that they established something like the Digital Cultural Heritage Research Group. And maybe in the discussion that would be interesting to know how you achieve this special unit running under national committee. And also we are looking forward to your presentation entitled Web Strategy in Museums. An Italian survey stimulates new visions. If technically your presentation is ready, we can start.
Sorry.
It's not.
No, it's not, sorry.
You need to watch it on the notebook.
Yeah. So, I don't hear it. Sorry. Is this one? Okay, I can see. Yes. So I'm very honored to be here. So I will explain you everything about our research group. And I'm happy to present you a gift that we did for this conference. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. It's not a funny gift. Sorry, I can feel your disappointment. It's a professional tool that we translated in English and we will present, and it's downloadable from our website. The colleagues before me started introducing some argue. The colleagues Kellner start presenting Tim Berners-Lee, and Jacob Jars start talking about new museology and the social role of museum, and Professor Dolak start reflecting on what the public really want from museum. So we'll try to cross the subject through my presentation, and we'll be focused on the web, because this is the focus of our research in this moment. So, this conference and many articles reveal that the museums are challenging new function. They try to reach new audiences, they try to find new ways of enhancing culture, and they'd like to consolidate the relation with existing public. So somehow museums look for a most appropriate tool and strategy to become more accessible, social, and participatory. This is the background of my approach to the web. I try to cross the web with museology, not with a technical approach, because this is not my way of working in general. So what the museums are dealing with is an active involvement of the public, and the museum are aware of their own innovative mission. So they're trying to look. I think it's a quite emotional moment for us. We're living in this moment because museums are changing, dealing with very huge objective. And if it's new museology start thinking of the social role 50 years ago, we're dealing with this right now. And I think that the web has been pushed up for this. And I will try to explain you why. So there's something new that is moving on museology. But the question is, for us, for our research group, if the web is an opportunity, in particular for two sections, for two things. If it's useful for functionality serve and this new function, if it supply effective action and monitoring tool for museum. So our research group, the Digital Cultural Heritage, We're focused on these two questions, and we realize a practical tool, a schema of 70 parameters that can be used for a museum to check their web strategy. Though it's an effective tool, it's something quite concrete, because we need to collect data. And I will present you some data from the national survey that we did in Italy with this schema. So we would like to share this with you. But before sharing this, as was told before from colleagues, I'd like to check some concept. Because the web have a very easy interface, the content management system, it's so easy. Anyone can manage to a social network or content for social network, everyone. But the question for the web is why we use it and how museum can use it. So this is the big question is the why. Tim Berners-Lee is the inventor of many things, even if it's little known. If you go on the road, very few people that use every day the web will tell you that Tim Berners-Lee is the inventor of this. And even his books, Waving the Web, that he wrote in the 1999, is now no longer printed and difficult to find. So that's why I'm very jealous of my copy. But if you can try to find this book, it's so interesting. He explained even the technical, but the philosophical approach of the web, and that's quite interesting. So what he invented? He invented a language. So the HTML, it's a language, a common language for the machine. He created the first website, and it's still online, and it's quite raw, but it's interesting to see the first one. And he invented the first browser, so how we can manage and serve the web. So he invented all the bases. And the more important thing that he has done, because he did a match between the internet and hypertext. If I ask you what the difference, if internet and the web are synonymous, what's the answer? They are synonymous? You're really scared. No. Oh yes, half and half. They're not. Because the internet has been invented in 1969 and the web in 1989. So there's 20 years between. But the internet is a complex machine, the infrastructural machine that's allowed us to surf on the web. And what he did is to cross the potential of the internet with the hypertext. Usually the hypertext was a closed machine, so you can move into a same document, a CD-ROM old style. But inside, page from pages inside, what he did is he gave this very incredible concept. It's this uniform resource locator, the URL, just make every pages of the web independent. So every content, every multimedia content and video, every picture, whatever you publish, will be independent. And it can be connected to all pages of the web. So it's a kind of a huge hypertext global approach. That's the way he did. He just explodes an hypertext. So every content, every subject can be connected to other, either for a singular aspect, not the whole website. And this absolute independence of the same pages makes the web an absolute wonder. Not for a technical point of view, because technical is quite easy, but for a philosophical point of view. He creates this, that's his word in his text, Waving the Web, and a unique and universal global knowledge system. So what he wanted is for us, he's alive, of course, but he didn't have the Nobel Prize. Just last year, the Turner Prize is quite important, but not enough, I think, for what he did. We're using the web every day. And it's the most utopian tool that have ever been done for the last year. So this is his system. And what makes the peculiarity, and it's useful for museum too. the web is hierarchical. So the more pages and a website is connected, the more user, the more visibility you can have in the website. And the visibility, thank you, thank you very much. The visibility is for the browser. So we're all fighting for visibility. So it's hierarchical. Here you can see, thank you, very big bubble. This big bubble are the very big website. And today the most connected website are the social platform. And the small one can be your museum, very small one, invisible, even if the content are perfect, even the content are a perfect quality. Because the structure of the web is that you have to connect your content to other content. You have to create this interconnection between everything. So the web strategy is this system of interconnection. Is your website with all the social network and the social platform all interconnected with a very basic work of systemic work of interconnection. But the big problem of the web for the institution, so for you, for museum, is what the people trust today. And people don't trust institutional website, sorry. They trust a peer-to-peer information. So they trust, I will trust you if you tell me that the exhibition is nice or the education work is good. They will not trust our website. So what we have to deal with is to find how to make a peer-to-peer dissemination. That's a big deal with the web. Even if you don't do this, the economical and personal resources are lost. It's a failing approach to the web. So that's a kind of, how can I say, introduction. So even if it's crazy, because we all speak about the web all day long, is quite underutilized. So we're really using an editorial approach for the web, and just a specific of the web. But we can do much more than this. So I hope that Kyoto is the starting point, and then Praga 25, power of museum will find us very ready for this new step. With this new vision, I will try to present. So, what our deal and what our schema deal for with is this web an opportunity, yes or not? And every museum has its own response. There's no general question for this. You have your own problem, you have your own specific territorialism, many things, many specific, even specific content, of course. So, what are the choice and priority of your museum in respect of the web? What is your web strategy like? What are your proper characteristics? So, in ICOM Italia, we have, to answer your question, we have coordination, regional and national and thematic group that's work on specific item. So we are one of the research group, and we are the Digital Cultural Heritage Research Group, and we work on this web strategy schema since the last 4 years. So I think we finished our job somehow. So we try, that's the way to involve the member and the not member, because we are mixed in the group. So I was very lucky to work with this, the other person that you saw before. And we try to do our best. And to do the schema, these 70 parameters, we spent 18 months, so a long time to do this. So this tool that we did, first of all, this is we did an article, that's why we were invited here, in the Museum International, presenting our survey that we did in Italy with this schema. So we did a national collecting data, and we present the result. I will try to present some of them very shortly, just to present the Italian situation, and we would like to share this schema with you. And if you can do a survey, a national survey, it would be nice to compare the result. So this is a web strategy scheme. You can download it from the website, the ICOM Italia website. And it's quite simple. It's 17 parameters divided in 5 levels. So That's what I will present you in details. So, sorry, the objective of our schema is, first of all, a monitoring tool that you can use. It's an auto-assessment tool, so you can just assign you a score from 1 to 4. So it's something you can do it quickly, twice a year even, just to check what's going on, what I'm preparing, what I'm doing. But it's also a training tool, because if you assign yourself a 1 score, you can see the other and read. And it's we put a lot of information in the score just to know how you can evolve and do better. And then there's Museum in Italy. They're using this schema to design their new web strategy. Not the website, but the web strategy. What we tried to do was to organize and approach the web strategy in 5 different levels. So the first level is the information and architecture level, and is deal with if the structure of content and navigation of the website is adequate, simple, and clear. Then the second level is the content strategy. What kind of content you're putting in the website, what kind of quality content, and are you diversifying your content for target, for example, so diversified public, or it is writing appropriate for the web. Then there is an interface design, because for the web strategy, so the presence on the web for the museum, it just is not so important somehow, and it's inside a big communication approach of the museum, so it's just a section. And the communication plan is inside a mission. So just remember every time that it's just one part, even if now we're speaking so a lot of the web, it's just a part of your daily work that you're doing. So I think we have to, a kind of reposition of this priority for the web. And these 3 first level, those information, the content, and the interface design, so even the visual images of the website are dealing with the website. The first level is deal with the social network. So creating communities is the title that we gave to this section, because social is not an objective, a goal, but the community, and creating a virtual community is a goal for a museum. And the question is that the museum have a dialogue with other museums and its different audiences. It is meant to encourage interaction between users. So this is for us the definition of creating community, and is dealing with social network. And then the level 5, and I can anticipate that the score in Italy was very low, because we start from simple to complex, from 1 to 5, is the degree of interaction or the co-creation that we do with users, with the public, virtual public. So the question is it possible to leave a comment, publish, or share your own research with other users? Can one user compose its own digital collection, accompanied by personal comment and images? So how we are co-creating our content with the users. So this 5th level is the co-creation, so it's the future of the web, of course, not of the museum, just on the web. That's what's going on? I don't know. I'm sorry, I can't even read. I think it's the battery or something. Oh, thank you. That's digital. Somehow, you trust on digital, and it is near to destroy. It's like Wi-Fi. Okay. I just need my schema. Okay. So for each level, we select 3 or 4 parameters. Of course, you can have, it could be much more, but it's unuseful. You can do this schema in 35 minutes, more or less. So that's give you a general idea. So that's my personal point of view on this 5 level. So the first 3 are, for the website, are the past. Past because it's how you have to deal with the web in general, what your website have to deal with. The 4th level is the present because we're obsessed by social approach. And the creative reuse of content in the future. Thank you very much. He ate me. So from a museological point of view, these 3 levels speak about how museum is accessible. The 4th is how museum is social in a web approach, of course. And the 5th level is future, is a participatory point of view. Because for the audience engagement and development, the question is not to prepare content for diverse public, even if it's possible, but is to create your content with the public, so together. And the web can be a very interesting place for this kind of approach. So we did an Italian survey in 2017, so we'd like to do another one, but we don't know when, because we're all volunteers, so it's quite stressing for us. So what we do is to collect data in a national scale, just to understand the effectiveness of the web in a national scale. Not this big, huge museum that have 30 persons working on digital, but for, we have 4,700 whatever museum, so it's more a general approach, just to reflect and to understand what we want to do for the future. So this is an example of a level. As you can see, the title is quite clear. It's the Museum Public Dialogue. Before Professor Dork spoke about how museum can listen, just really listen to the public, and have a concrete and contact with some question and some contrast and some discussion with them. So this is the question for this. And it's starting from very simple, the absence of contact form or email, and that's very frequent in the website of the museum. From the level 4, score 4, is social activities are planned periodical and tantum for specific project. There is, for example, at the curator, and specific appointment with the public online public appointment. For every parameter, if you would like to download the schema, you will find the title and a brief introduction. And we use a very conversational tone and a lot of information. So you have example, you have terminology if you'd like to improve your preparation. Of course, it's just a general approach, but you will find so many tutorials, so many specific publications. It's just our objective is a systemic approach to the question. It's not just a website, and it's not just a social. It's much more than this for a museum. And for example, in this level, you can see that we had a big problem in Italy. So we are very strong in social, because now we're dealing with social network, and so we're really good, very high score. But it's not enough, because the community building is made by the presence on the online catalog, for example, the external link, this interconnection with the world that a museum must have, and the museum public dialogue. So it's a system. It's not just a social network. The other example is the licensed content reuse, because when we speak about reuse of content, if we don't have a legal permission, if we don't have put in very clear the legal possibility of the people, it will be really hard for them to use it. So this is precisely this possibility, term of use in a museum. And the score number 4 is the Creative Commons. So are we allowing you, user public, to reuse, to write with me new story about the heritage? Because if museums are challenging with so difficult challenge of be social, be able to speak to everyone, it's much easier to involve the public in these new stories. It's much easier for you even to use this kind of. Here you can see the store really, really low, but we knew it. It's just a provocation that we did to our museum. And we have 3 levels of problem. It's the translation of the website, the diversified public content, they're not, and the creative reuse of content, they're not, still not allowed for a legal problem. So we're doing this dissemination, so I'm here for this, to disseminate this and to make a debate inside our Italian contest. And so this is in the Ecom Italia website. You can download the English version that we're prepared for you. So we hope you can use it. We can download it. And if you'd like to do a national survey, you can use it. And we use a Google form, so it's quite easy, even technical. But if you have any question, just write me and we'll explain you how we deal. And we'd like to collect and to make a comparative study on this subject. Thank you. Sorry for I'm late.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The question will be asked after the next speaker. And I'm happy to welcome here Anna Carvalho, who is also only a part of a pair who prepared the next presentation. The partner would be Alexandra Matos, but he is not present, so Anna will present this common paper on her own. Anna is a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Évora in Portugal, but she will be speaking about one, let's say, initiative which is called MUSA, Museum Sector Alliance. And after the technical obstacles will be solved, I can give you the word. Yes. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Hi everyone, I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation, and also to take this opportunity to share with you some of the experience we are having in an European project called MUSA, which has been dealing also with the issues of the digital transformation and change. Thank you. So let me start by explaining a bit how we started. The project began in 2016, and our starting point was the idea that there was a lack of digital and transferable skills in the museum sector. I will be talking about transferable skills a lot in this presentation. When I talk about transferable skills, I mean mainly soft skills. And to address this, what it seemed to be a lack of digital and transferable skills, we approached this from the point of view of professional development. Because we do believe that it's also one of the main drivers of change. If you want to look at the digital, and professional development is one of the ways. So one of the outcomes of the project was to design these training programs that could help museums and museum professionals thrive in the digital world, and of course benefit museums and museum professionals. So we are a partnership based mainly in Greece, a group of organizations that are based mainly in Greece, Portugal, and Italy. The project is coordinated by the Hellenic Open University in Greece, and in my case and my colleague Alexandra Matos, we are working for ICOM Portugal, and globally we are several organizations that have been working in the sector of culture, in the sector of education and museums. So what we started to do research in these three countries, Portugal, Italy, and Greece. We started to do interviews. We did around 80 interviews with museum professionals. We did 3 focus groups, one in each country. We also did online surveys and also desk research. So the aims were, first of all, to know how these museums in these countries were responding to the digital, how were they embracing the digital challenges. Secondly, to see what competencies were necessary to respond to these digital challenges. Also to see how was formal and non-formal training updating with digital skills, if they were or not approaching it in these 3 countries. And finally, another aim was to follow the findings of a previous project. It was eCult Skills, previous to MUSA project, that had identified 5 new job role profiles in the sector of culture, but related to the digital. And in Project MUSA, we wanted to see if it was relevant or not, if they were also emerging new profiles in this sector, related to the digital, of course. So beyond the research and interviews we had done in Portugal, Italy, and Greece, we also wanted to have an international outlook. So 2 of our Italian partners also conducted a series of interviews in 10 international museums, leading museums like the Prado Museum, the Rijksmuseum, the Victoria and Albert Museum, and many others. So to understand from this perspective, from the perspective of these leading museums, what role was having the digital, how they were embracing these challenges, if they were struggling or not, what were current challenges, opportunities, and also to see if there were, from this perspective, new job role profiles needed, which competencies were needed also. So this report is also available in our website if you want to explore more. So when we looked at the Portuguese case from the data analysis, we found, not surprisingly, that the response to the digital was clearly insufficient and in many cases unstructured or limited. And of course, the reasons are multiple and of course also interconnected. So I bring some of these, what I called critical points to the discussion. And one of these critical points that I want to bring is also the case of digitization of collections, which was also already mentioned many times here today, which we feel, at least in the Portuguese case, it's still an area that needs more to be explored, and also to focus not just to digitize, but of course it's important, but also to use this content or the collections to also drive more creative and digital content. So there's also, despite many progress in the last years, the need to look further into this area of activity. Another critical point, if you want, is also what we saw or what we realized, that is the limited use of digital platforms, and meaning websites mainly, which also it's an area that needs further and necessary investment in the sense of more agile, more user-friendly updated and compelling content and use. Another critical point is related to the limited infrastructure that we have, and I mean IT platform services that also needs more a closer look, because the more you use the digital, the more you'll need a very careful attention to how to maintain this infrastructure in the long term. Also, the lack of IT support. Few museums have. It's a very underrepresented profession in the sector that also needs to be addressed. Another aspect is concerning what I called low communication maturity, which has to do with the lack of resources, meaning human resources. Communication is, for many museums, we have very small teams, so we have professionals that do a lot of tasks, and communication sometimes is a plus. And we see that in many cases it's not an area that is sufficiently structured in the organization. So it's, if you want to take it seriously, if you want to have a digital culture, I think we still have to struggle for to have more efforts in a communication of culture, or focus on communication. Also, what we have seen is also the lack of digital competencies, but also the lack of training to address these issues. Also, if you want to see from the point of view of strategy, also the lack of strategy and planning at the level of each museum, which also has to do with the fact that we don't have many times profiles that do this kind of or perform communication in a more continuous or structured way. What we feel is also the lack of attitude and motivation, and also the need for a more acting role or more awareness of leadership towards a more responsiveness action towards the digital, and also setting priorities. Another aspect is what we call an absent national museum policy. We do have a national museum policy, but we don't have any guidelines, or the digital is not in the agenda, so it really is, in a way, a barrier. So what we learned from looking at the Portuguese case is that clearly to have a national museum policy that is that sets the digital in the agenda, but also to also point out directions, but also to guarantee the means to how to reach this set of strategic goals. So, and for that, clearly there is a need to financial resources from one point of view, but also the investment in infrastructure, and I mean IT platform services, that has to be also guaranteed. And in another point of view, very interconnected is also the challenge of training, the need for upskilling existing teams, but also we think about and maybe new recruitment in terms of new roles and responsibilities. So from the research findings, the project also mapped and identified 4 job role profiles that we feel are emerging in this area, and which is the digital strategy manager. It's also the digital collections curator, the interactive experience developer, and the online community manager. That altogether sum up or organized around 22 digital skills, but also around 20 transferable skills. So just let me introduce you briefly into these job role profiles. So the digital strategy manager is someone that is responsible for the museum digital strategy, which should be in line with the museum mission. This role also plays or has a mediating role across all internal museum departments and also between external stakeholders. In other words, this role has an advising role in helping the museum to strive in the digital environment. And the digital collections curator is responsible for preserving and making accessible digital collections that are either born digital or digitized. He also develops content exhibitions online and offline, produces metadata, and he also provides information on copyright issues according to international standards. The digital collections curator could also mean in a small museum the upskilling of what we could say a traditional curator. So the digital interactive experience developer, it designs, develops interactive and innovative digital solutions, products or services, always thinking about the goal of providing meaningful experiences for diverse audiences. And last but not least, the online community manager that designs, implements online audience development plan in line with the museum's communication plan. He also manages and engages with online audiences through social media, events, and other platforms. And he also monitors and evaluates online activities and digital projects. In a way, what is common to these 4 job profiles is also a very good knowledge of how a museum works, also to work across several departments in the museum, and of course also work in the context of team working. So if you want to find more, we have presented a report about that describes in a more detailed way all these 4 job profiles, their tasks, their responsibilities, and every specific digital and transferable competencies. So if you want, this report is also available online. So for the Project Musa, we designed 2 training programs, as I said. And the first course was what we called the Musa MOOC, which means an online course, open and free, during 8 weeks. It was about essential digital skills for museum professionals. That was a sort of introduction to what we thought were basic skills that were common to these 4 profiles. And then for the learners that completed the MOOC, there was the possibility to continue with a specialization course, which with a duration of 6 months. Also, it was designed has blended learning, which means a combination of e-learning, also including face-to-face training, but also a workplace learning in a museum for 10 weeks. So the first course, the MOOC course, we did a pilot version early this year. We reached around 4,000 registrations, which shows a bit of the interest that these issues raise. And at the final of the course, we had 32% of the learners completing the course, which also is relevant since MOOCs usually have a much higher dropout rate. So we were quite happy about the results. So the MOOC this course was structured around 22 training modules, 2-3 modules a week, with a 10-hour week effort, which I know it was, we all know it was very demanding, and lasted for, as I said before, for 8 weeks. We organized the training modules around digital competencies like managing data, developing digital content, and many others, but also around transferable skills like leadership, creative thinking, communication. Another aspect that I wanted to add was that we designed these modules taking also in consideration 2 European frameworks for reference, the e-competencies framework for IT professionals, and also the digital competencies framework for citizens, along also with the framework for the 21st century skills for the transversal or transferable skills. So we built content around a combination of articles, videos, presentations. There were also quizzes to assess knowledge. We had also forum discussions, and we had also tutors assisting online. So the second phase of the course was this specialization course that had 4 options according to 4 profiles that I have mentioned. And we are now in the phase of delivering this course, which started September, this September. The course is delivered in Italy, Greece, in Portugal. We have now 150 learners that were selected from 300 applications we had. So mainly museum professionals. We also have students. We have also unemployed people. But what is interesting to see is also that many of these learners have also a master in museum studies, which is also, or have a museum experience already. So, and the course will end this next March when also the project reaches its final. So, just to finalize, I would like also to share some ideas that or lessons that we have learned from Project Musa that we sum up in around 10 main ideas. And the first of all, or one of the first ideas is about the need to develop a strong leadership to really lead and drive organizational change in order to embed or to digital to be more part of how we work. Also the need to build digital confidence for the whole staff of the museum, the need to be more up-to-date, also overcome possible barriers of communication among different museum professions. And of course this means also to continue to support professional development regarding new technology, whether by non-formal or by formal training, which there is no really no recipe for. Also another important lesson is to understand audiences and audiences' needs and interests for really create meaningful experiences. Of course, developing digital skills are clearly important, but not to ignore also the importance of soft skills to move also museums forward. Another lesson is the need to learn from peers, like we are doing also now, from your audiences, from your peers, from other museums. Share knowledge, share experiences is clearly important and key. Also, as I said before, digitization is clearly important when we talk about digital transformation. Of course, all areas of the museum are important, but clearly digitization can have an important role also to instigate more creation of more digital content also, and a culture of sharing. Also, the importance of change towards more open access policies, a culture of sharing, more collections in the public domain with less restrictions, also reaching a larger audience. About digital transformation, it's also a space of experimentation. So learn from why projects succeed, why projects fail. It's clearly important to move on. And to finalize, to improve internal and external collaborations, work in partnership, find partners with expertise, with new ideas that can help you. Networking and cooperation are clearly key. So if you want to know more about the project, we have a website. You can also follow us in social media. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Anna. Now, please remain here, and I will ask all three other presenters to join us. Please take your headphones for the case if there are some questions in Slovak. Yeah. Despite what I said before, I think since we want to be an inclusive conference, there will be a room to ask questions live here. But for the translation and live stream, we would need you to come to one micro, which will be here. And of course, if you feel like reacting to some discussion point here, please don't hesitate to join us for the discussion by simply asking the question here. But we have a couple of questions which were transmitted by the Slido, and I will try to structure them in order to be able to ask like general questions which were intended for each of you, and plus then some of them were addressed to particular presentations. To these general ones, there was Elke was asking, Elke from, nice to see you, from ICOM Austria, and any of you could react. What do you think about ICOM's new social media guidelines? And I have to say we have Alessandro Gaballo here, who, for the case, if you wish to say some comments to these, please feel included into the group. Any? Yeah. It's working.
Well, I think they are very useful. I have read them. They are very much in line with the trends, and I think if you are an international committee, I think you can find there a lot of ideas and to put in practice. Not much more to say. I think it's a good tool. Yeah.
I have to say it's accessible online.
Yes, it's online.
And everyone can simply download it. Alessandro, do you have some comment?
Hello, everyone. No, I mean, the response was positive, so they are for those of you who are not familiar with it, they are a very short manual and very practical. There are just a few practical tips and some recommendations, mainly some case studies of communication campaigns that we did throughout the years or communication partnerships. And they are available online, And well, I take the chance to do a little bit of self-promotion. If you're interested in the practical applications of the guidelines, for those of you who were in Kyoto, we did a workshop to put them into practice to help museums develop a communications campaign. The idea at the basis of this social media guidelines is to provide museums with very easy to use tools, and most of all free tools. So they are particularly useful for smaller museums who have limited budgets to put in communication campaigns into practice. So if you're interested in a workshop, we are available to assist your museum in during a conference or an event. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Michal, did you want to have?
I apologize. I've discovered the social media guidelines in the ICOM website last week, but I didn't find time to study them, and I couldn't participate in the discussions in Kyoto, in the session of where the guidelines were discussed and presented. But I think that, by my opinion, or if I remember well, these guidelines are more for the work of the responsibles in the international and national ICOM committees. I don't know if it it's at first a support for, maybe little museums or not professional guided museums, because these museums are not members of ICOM. They cannot discover these guidelines. In the future, I want to work in this field a little bit more intensively with my committee, because I think that AVICOM is responsible for following all these developments, and as I said in my speech, it is a very difficult situation, the development of social media. Something may be very dangerous, and we have maybe we are a little bit in a situation of digital puberty related to a professional use of such media. And AVICOM will find ways to support you in this field.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the guide is very well done, and it's quite important for everyone to be aware of the social transformation. The social media map 2019 that you can download from the website can show you hundreds of social platforms. So it's very useful to have an educational approach and research, because there are trends, and the social are continually up and down movimentation. So it's very important, this kind of, and they have very precise information. So I think it's very nice.
Thank you. There was one more kind of general question addressed to all of you, asked by Jakub Jarisch, who is here among us. According to your experience, how do museums deal with TripAdvisor comments, which are a great source of feedback to their work?
So we have a case in Italy. We had a colleague that wrote a book on TripAdvisor effectiveness for museum. So it was a big success. So we're speaking about TripAdvisor for long. What I'd like you to know is just to check TripAdvisor, because when I'm do training on this kind of things, and we check TripAdvisor, most of the museum discover that they have an account that they didn't manage, so it's generated. So be aware of the auto-generated account that are the new trend on social. So check, and you can appropriate yourself of this account. Those are the only things I'd like to do.
I think it's also useful to see how people are experimenting TripAdvisor reviews. For instance, the British Museum is using that information, is using it to see what are the comments, what are people feeling about the museum, and as far as I know, there has been also a basis, along with other kind of resources, to see or to improve the museum. For instance, if there are queues, if people complain about queues, why not to think about solutions to answer that? So TripAdvisor reviews are another resource among others where we can also have a feel about how is the museum, how people are using the museum. I think it's also useful to have an account, to have taken it in consideration, and along with other resources, of course, of information about how people are feeling, how people are using the museum.
Okay, thank you. Jakub put some more recommendations and links to the Slido, so you can follow them. Is there anything more you wanted to add? Okay. One more general question, perhaps of those of you working at some point in museums. How do you see the challenge of indoor orientation in museums, and how can technology help with it? Eric?
So technology, of course, can help, but here it's the biggest difference between the museums that are built now and it's modern buildings, because it's much easier to build proper infrastructure. And then with the infrastructure like that, if you use some quite simple application for even smartphones, it can be very helpful. But if you have some historic buildings, it can be really a challenge, because then you must looking for much sophisticated technologies to navigate, to grab the information when the people are the users in that particular moment. It's much easier outside, because you then can just use the GPS, but inside the building, special, for example, historical building with different thickness of walls, they changing the radio system, signal, and so on, it can be very challenging.
Well, which leads me, let me catch up on this, because I had the question already at yours and Michael's presentation. Well, simply put, how much new technologies are needed in the exhibition rooms? Because if I put critically from the other side, so you know this feeling, everybody of us, simply everybody of our audiences and visitors works with some kind of computers, interfaces, monitors in their offices. Coming to the museum or gallery to see some contrast from the daily work and being once again confronted with that much tablets, technologies, touch screens, where is the border to provide this in kind of useful manner, and what is simply too much information or too much technology which overshades the authentic museum collections?
Can I?
It's a little bit difficult to answer, because it depends on the type of museum, for example. If we maybe see the open-air museums, there are so many possibilities of discovering, of understanding the objects, that we don't need so much technical support, like notebooks or applications and so on. In these museums, we work, for example, with in Germany, with a lot of colleagues in the field of living history or reenactment, for example. And so there is a direct dialogue. There is a personal interaction between the museum and the visitor. And I think this is better. And it's not more expensive than to produce apps and augmented applications and so on. In general, I have the impression that only few are using really all these digital offers in the exhibitions. It is a question of time of the museum visit you spend for the museum visit, by computers, by using all these technical offers. Your time is running. You cannot look around everywhere. You cannot visit all the objects, by my opinion, we must more look at a good relation between classic informations, by texts, by pictures, and so on, supporting media.
Thank you.
Is it the answer to the question?
More or less, yeah. But if there are some comments from the auditorium, please don't hesitate to come and join us. Any other reactions from you?
So I think that in the exhibition, the number of equipment should be very, very limited, because if it's too many monitors, things like that, we destroy the atmosphere. And the people coming to see the exhibition to feel the atmosphere of an old palace, old building, and collecting the data, we're trying to enrich this feeling, but we should give the information to the publicity before they coming to the museum, so to the internet, then they can prepare for the visit. And if during the visit they have some feelings, are strangely interesting in some things, we should give them opportunity to enrich these feelings after the visit. For example, to have access to some detailed models, to some elements they can't just see when they was in our museum.
Yeah, but this is perhaps the subject of the question I see here, how much like behind the stage information is needed for let's say normal visitor. So which I thought about at your presentation, that there were excellent examples of like restoration works of some very sophisticated backgrounds of the exhibits. But the question is, at some point, these all build a kind of competition as an information towards the object itself. So, and basically this discussion is not entirely new and not only connected to the new media. We struggle with it, actually, we've been struggled with this actually since the 90s, where all these new exhibitions loaded by text, diagrams, maps, and so were introduced. And in the end, we realized that it's a kind of counterproductive towards the mission of museum, whatever it could be now in the age of digitization.
There is some paradox for the Rijksmuseum. It's very famous for the digital web, very aggressive approach. They did a lot for the digital and the reuse possibility, but they decide to have nothing inside. In situ museum, there is no digital. So I think it's quite interesting that every museum must set the relation with the digital. And in the 68, Pierre Bourdieu said there is a risk of overwhelming, and though it's still there. And I think the digital is useful when there is a big lack of information, an object without the context. So I think it's useful where there is a cognitive set. So it's useful for the set of the structure, and the mental structure for the visitor, but not just to do it, just for effect. I think it's not.
Just to add, I think there is no recipe, and I think any solution has to be on the basis of every case, every project. I do believe there is, on one hand, we have expectation from the public to have mediation through technologies. For instance, we have this idea that people do want technology, but for instance, we did visitor studies in Portugal, and from the open questions, we analyzed them, and people, many comments were about the lack of technology. So I would like to also to highlight this. People, visitors also expect. Now, what you do in an exhibition has to be a balance between the traditional supports and what could be new ways of presenting information. Of course, there's also the risk of putting too much using the digital, but overloading. So has to be a very balanced way, not forgetting that people may not want to use technology, but there are others that want to use technology. So you have to...
Eventually, it's a question for the designers as well.
Oh, yes, of course.
But keep the micro, because there's a question directly addressed to you, which is asked by Philo van Kamenade. Anna, what opportunity do you see for internal learning and skill sharing within museums organizations?
You mean what is the role of...
Well, not me, Philo meant it.
Could you repeat, sorry?
What opportunity do you see for internal learning and skill sharing within museum organizations?
I think it's quite important. I think every museum in their work, or at least at the level of leadership, you should see what are the needs, and of course set training programs in-house, or searching for other available programs. But upskilling, lifelong learning it's quite important, and always to be updated. Technology is changing constantly. How we react has also to do with how well we are informed and how well we are prepared to or want to address it. But we have to be aware of that all these technology exists in order to choose what is the best for my museum. So of course training, internal training, there are several museums that do this, assess what are the needs of my museum, my team, and so they do it. Sometimes in countries there is other networks that provide training, so I think probably you have to choose.
Yeah, I'm kind of smiling because there is almost already a reaction to what you are talking about. Once again addressed to you, how would you motivate museums to cover job profiles in digital field if they struggle even with the position like IT specialists?
I think that's a very big question, and many museums are dealing with that. I think we have to be open to bring new people to the museum, new museum workers, and maybe from other areas as well. We have to open up. Of course, it's not easy, and if I think about my reality in my country, it's a big problem because we don't have new recruitment policies. Not policies. We don't have open calls. We are not hiring for many years. So this means we are having people retiring, but not being replaced with new people. Also, people are not. They are leaving, but not passing their knowledge. So we have here generation gap, and on the other hand, we have a lot of people with training. A new generation that is not able to enter because there's no recruitment really. So I think if we don't address this, this creates a big problem, and we have to solve it. So on one hand, it's about upskilling. On the other hand, we have to bring new people to the museum, new people to work. I think there is no.
Well, where does the budget come from? That's the
But
point.
we have to. If we want to move forward, we have to have teams. So there's no issue here. Do you want to move forward? We have to hire people.
Yeah.
You have to have dynamic teams. You have to have multidisciplinary teams. So it's the way to go.
Okay, so I get the signals that we should slowly finish the discussion, but still, if there is some urgent need to comment from the auditorium, the tiny room is still there. But there is, I think we answered this to Sarah, fascinating presentation from Yahav. Could we have a direct link to this 2017 survey you did? I think you provided it at the end of the presentation.
You can just wrote me. I can give you mine, but you can find it in the ICAM Italia website. If you wrote web strategy schema, you will find it. We uploaded yesterday, so the ranking is not very high, so it's not immediately. You will not go immediately on the page, but they say yes, and I say no, so it's a contract. They're not agree. But you can easily find him. And we will publish even in ISO platform, so it's going to be much ranking to visibility. But if you have problem, just write me. In any case, I will send you the schema.
Okay, and similar of this sort, and once again from Jakub Jarosz to Eric, thank you for your brilliant presentation. Could you please recommend any book or website summarizing for beginners technologies you have been speaking about? Well, I remind you, there is still this Institute of Coffee break. So perhaps if you can't immediately...
So it's really hard to just give some website address. It just exists some group of peoples that, and with them it's need to talk, and it's also some courses. For example, in Poland, the Polish Institute of Museology organize every year some courses for the museum professionalists in different aspects of the digitalization, starting from the data management, databases, digital photography, scanning, and so on. It is also a part of publications about different aspects, like very, very small books, like the 30 pages, for example, about basic skills which 3D technology should be choose for some special use in the heritage documentation. But most of these publications are in Polish, so it can be challenging.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, all of you. If there are no comments from auditorium, thank you for your attention. The session is over. And once again, thank all to the speakers.
Thank you.
Ďakujeme veľmi pekne aj kolegovi Dušanovi.
Thank you very much, and thank you also to Dušan Buran for moderating this block. And before the workshops start, they will start in a minute. We have a little commercial entry here. We have Peter Matuška from the Institute for Technology and Innovation, who will present their activities, and really we need to say that they are co-organizers in the most digital exhibition that we have at the moment in Slovakia, which is located in the Museum of Slovak National Uprising. So this will be kind of a bridge to all the workshops that will start after this presentation. I will inform you about those later on. So the floor is yours, Mr. Peter Matuška from the Institute for Technology and Innovation.
Dobrý deň, prajem. Moje meno je Peter.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Matuška. Thank you for staying here and listening to my presentation. It will be a brief one. Our Institute for Technology and Innovation works on new projects, on presenting new solutions to you, professionals from museums and galleries, and as has already been mentioned several times today, museums and galleries are being innovated in many different ways around the world. But we live in Slovakia, and even in Slovakia we have already options of using technologies that allow us to transfer to our visitors a presentation in such a way that is attractive and that is interesting for them through storytelling or interesting stories. Before I start, I would like to define two notions. The first one is digital museum and the other one digital exhibition. A digital museum is a museum which is uploaded in the virtual world somewhere online, and as a visitor from around the world, from anywhere around the world, I can access this museum and have a look at the digital collections. But this is not what we are involved in. We are involved in the other notion, the other concept, which is a digital exhibition, and that digital exhibition must have its story, a story that presents every single exhibit which you have in your project, and that's what we work on, so that we can apply new technologies in a way that allows the visitor who comes to the exhibition or accesses the exhibition, so that they gain new knowledge that do not leave their minds, so to speak, after the end of the exhibition. As we have already heard today, digital exhibitions are a new trend in the world. Often when I come to a meeting, I am informed that this is not for us, this is not accessible or affordable for us, it's too expensive, etc. Even though they like the presentations of the technologies which are these days given in Slovakia, they have the impression that this is not affordable for them. They often say things which are quite skeptical or sound skeptical. These are things which are perhaps relevant for the world, but not for us. It's something distant, something unaffordable. But we live in a digital age when things are much more accessible than they used to be. We used to buy monitors, digital equipment for hundreds of thousands of euros. Today they only cost hundreds. You can use this equipment to present interesting stories, a number of stories. There is the possibility of interaction, of choice by the visitor depending on what they want to see. There was a question here today, what is the limit? Well, the limit is down to the visitor themselves. They are the ones who will decide how much they want to educate themselves or how much they want to study. You can provide everything, and then it's up to your visitors to limit it if they want to. I will give you a specific example. You see a mountain Canon Model 15 on the photo, and if we are talking about a classical presentation, which is the established one, you would have some a little text saying that this is a mountain cannon, year of use, year of build, maybe some technical information. But when we really think about it, this mountain cannon has a story. It was used in some fighting. Somebody was pushing it from some place to some other place. So really, you can have much more information about this cannon than what remains in your mind once you just leave the exhibition having read some technical data or some dates. People remember stories much better. So you can use a simple video on a screen, on a monitor, which today is not an expensive item at all. This is a story that can tell you more, and if you have a digital device like this next to your exhibit, next to your object, behind it, in front of it, or on the side, whichever the case may be, then the visitor can select it if they are so interested. Here during the presentation we have no sound, but you can also have a sound including presentation. So let's compare a presentation that would have been done 10 years ago with a simple accompanying text and a presentation that is allowed by today's technology, and we can present it in the form of a brief video.
Ale aby som teda sa dostal k tomu meritu veci.
And the reason why I was here, why I am here today, why I was presented as a commercial partner, we are a company that was involved in the exhibition in the Museum of the Slovak National Uprising. It was an exhibition realized together with the museum, or carried out with the museum and the Ministry of Culture. And this is an exhibition. Hang on just a second. An exhibition which took place on premises that were renovated from a former office space, so people had to be relocated, and then we created a new exhibition space which includes a number of digital exhibitions in a manner that is acceptable. So we will never try to replace physical objects with digital ones. That's not possible, but we are trying to use those digital surfaces, those digital screens, which allow us to give a story to those objects and in a way that is interesting to visitors. So here we have two projections which you can see on the slide at the moment. The first one is specific because it is a round projection with an with a diameter of 6 meters. It was a story of boys who entered the war because they had to. I will not tell you the end of the story. And then on the left-hand side you have the other story, which is simulated fighting in the trenches. So if you enter the trench, you had this impression that the soldiers that are in the trench seemingly are with you in the trench because they have the same dimensions as you. So it is a 1-to-1 ratio. And again, the story tells you about how those guerrilla fighters were indeed fighting. So this is what we try to achieve, so that you, as a visitor, is inserted, so that you are inserted into the story and feel the emotions using these new technologies that we have been mentioning throughout the day. The exhibition has 9 projection surfaces, includes a number of videos that the visitor can go through. The visitors are the ones who decide which ones they want to see or not. So they are the ones who push play. And because of the war, we have this association with black and white films. So those videos we selected were generally black and white. And then the newly made, tailor-made material was in color, which you could see on the previous slide. So the client wanted us especially to create some feelings, some emotions in our visitors. That was a main target. It took us 3 months to carry out this project. We involved more than 70 people in this project. There were some of almost 500 hours of consultations because it was quite a broad topic, so we had to involve a lot of experts so that the exhibition is expertly handled. But thanks to our data, we can now say when we have most visitors, how many people access it, and through camera work we can also say how many were young people or what their approximate age was, and possibly also what mood they were in. So that's it for the numbers, for the figures. And then what is interesting about the exhibition from the technological point of view, we set it up in a way that invited the visitor to spend 40 minutes in there. And then after these 40 minutes, the visitors then continued to the rest of the exhibition, which is the traditional one. So we set it up in a way that would maybe take 40 minutes for those visitors and then continue in the rest of the exhibit. But the outcome is that they typically spend 60 minutes in there, so that is 50% more than we originally expected. There are, of course, some people who spend even 2 hours in there, but that's not the average number. I will try to show you a video from the exhibition if I can, but the message is clear. Future is now, so do not be scared of modern technologies.
Dobre, dáme to tak. Future is now, presne tak.
Okay, so we'll let it be. Thank you once again. I will be happy to talk to you again during the workshop, which we will be presenting when presenting the exhibition about Štefánik. Finally, we made it functional, so you can have a general look.
Tak ďakujeme veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much. You know, they say that it's better to see things one time rather than read about it 100 times. So I would like to welcome you to go see the exhibition, to the museum. Now, on to workshops. Almost all of you signed up for a workshop. If you don't remember which one you signed up for, on your ID card you have a second card that will tell you which is your workshop. During the registration, you also got a map. So I would now like to ask you to go to the place where the responsible person will pick you up for the workshop, and a technical information our joint dinner, the social event, starts at 7 p.m., so half an hour later. If we have people who have not signed up for any workshop and they're fed up with this room, then we have the Historic Museum. They can go see the Bratislava Castle. So this is for those who have not signed up for any workshop. So you may now go to your workshop room, and then we'll see each other at 7 p.m.